So, good. Good morning. Wait 1 second for everybody to find their seats. And the last hugs. Very good morning, colleagues, friends. What a tremendous pleasure to see so many friendly and familiar faces and so many new practitioners as well to join us this morning. Very warm welcome here to the ISS and a very, very warm welcome to this second annual Gender Justice in International Criminal Law conference already. My name is Alix Villemain. I am with Women's Initiatives for Gender Justice, and I have the great honor, together with the Gender Justice Practitioners Hub, Legal Action Worldwide, the ISS, to host you over the next 2 days. It is particularly good to spend this time with you all, including you online. Where are the cameras? There are the cameras. Welcome as well to the practitioners online. As I know that during the last weeks, months, and since our last and first conference in January 2024, many of us have wrestled with, I know, the same questions. How do we practice solidarity without yielding to an increasingly well-funded, well-organized, and very powerful anti-gender movement? How do we stand up to power when the bully is so very powerful that it threatens our very organizations, and doing that while at the same time staying true to our values, true to the reality that our friends, colleagues, and fellow human beings who are paying the price with their lives, their culture, their future generation, being crushed with full impunity. How do we make that rhyme? I don't have an answer to offer, but what I do have to offer together with the co-organizers over the next 2 days is a space of solidarity, a space where we can learn from our speakers, our panelists, and where we can hold each other figuratively or literally. I'm always up for a hug. Come find me if you need one, through difficult discussions and practical work. As I say this, I want to acknowledge, with a measure of outrage, that 2 of our close partners, the Palestinian Center for Human Rights and Al-Mazan, have seen no other option than to withdraw their participation from this conference to protect themselves and to protect all of us, following the sanctions issued against them by the Trump administration. Their withdrawal is not just a loss, it demands also our responsibility for how we organize and who we center, including at this conference. As co-organizers, and I know that many of you share this, we're on a decolonial feminist journey. We won't get it right, not always. We are 4 Western-based organizations led by white Western people, working alongside partners, communities, and movements whose experience and leadership are essential. So we invite your feedback, and we ask you to hold us and each other accountable to our values in ways that strengthen all of us. Language is part of that journey. And while this conference has a MENA focus, we're, for example, mindful that the term SWANA, that stands for Southwest Asia and Northern Africa, as a term that better reflects neutral geography and decolonial practice. We welcome dialogue about language throughout the conference, and I'm not the one that needs to tell you how language shapes power and whose experience is recognized. With that, let me acknowledge with deep respect those of us here who have lived experience of the atrocities that we seek to address. Thank you for your leadership. Your presence is not taken for granted and is yet another part of our journey to commit to practices that respect agency, reduce extraction, and center safety. My hope is that we leave with three things after these 2 days. First, a renewed clarity on what effective, inclusive gender justice looks like in practice. Second, strengthens connections across regions, across disciplines, because none of us can do this alone, which is also why we very strongly encourage all of us, all of you, to network in the margins of this conference. And third, a deeper solidarity that is not rhetorical, but operational, something that we can deploy when partners are targeted, when survivors are sidelined, and when the work just gets very hard. And unfortunately, it will be. Thank you again to our co-organizers, to the amazing staff that made us being here happen, and to our speakers and panelists for sharing your wisdom, and to each of you for being here with open minds and open hearts. Thank you as well once again for all of those joining online. Your participation is integral to our conference. And with that, I wish you 2 days of wisdom, connection, solidarity, and let me hand it over to Antonia.
Thank you so much, Alex. Good morning, everybody. Wow, I just made it. It was a little bit tight from the plane. It's a great privilege to warmly welcome all of you here today. My name is Antonia Mulvey, and I'm the Executive Director of Legal Action Worldwide. This year's gathering brings together a remarkable community. I think we hit 1,400 practitioners, scholars, advocates, and survivors in person and online who are united in a commitment to advance gender justice by a belief in the power of law as a tool for transformation and for solidarity with survivor communities affected by conflict or systematic discrimination and exclusion. Before I continue, I have to thank our co-organizers, the Women's Initiative for Gender Justice, the Gender Justice Practitioners Hub. You may remember if you joined us last year that we were discussing whether it was needed. Oh yes, it's needed. And we're going to talk about that over the next 2 days. And of course, the International Institute of Social Studies. Thank you very much. Partners and everybody who has contributed to make this conference possible. And it took quite a lot of organization to get to this morning. Your dedication ensures that we can have a space like this one that can exist and indeed flourish. Before I continue, also, I want to thank UN Women, EU for their support, and in particular Australia for their long-term support and making this conference happen today and tomorrow, and all of you in person and online. So what does this year's programme look like? We think it's so valuable because of its range and depth. I think you're going to hear from more than, is it 50 speakers over the next 2 days? And we've structured it around themes that reflect what we consider to be the most pressing issues facing gender justice and international criminal law today. And unfortunately, we have far too many that we need to discuss together. We're going to begin this morning by focusing on solidarity in the multiple attacks that we see on gender justice and international criminal law around the world today, and they are growing. There has been a visible rise in the efforts to restrict civic space, undermine feminist advances, and silence those who are working for accountability. And particularly, we have seen it here in The Hague. The discussions today will situate these threats clearly and will also explore the strategies that practitioners and movements are using to resist, to adapt, and to sustain their work. Later today, there will be breakout panels, one exploring how we can collectively build gender-sensitive institutions. These are critical to ensure that gender is not an afterthought, it's not silent away, but that there is a deep understanding of gender from the foundations up. other panel will explore reproductive violence as a strategy of genocide. This session will tackle one of the most difficult and devastating aspects of conflict, while also engaging with emerging legal arguments and strategies for recognition and accountability. It will no doubt serve as a sobering reminder that gendered harms are not incidental, but rather often central to the underlying logic of the violence. And tomorrow's programme, we're going to be looking at particularly at the Middle East. We're looking at Syria for hope, and Palestine, the devastating conflict that is taking place there. We will also be looking at the International Court of Justice and how jurisprudence from the International Court of Justice is now looking at the interconnection between forced displacement, gender, and international law. And then we're going to look ahead. What is the future of international criminal law? The session on the next generation strategies invites us to think about what tools, frameworks, and coalitions are needed over the next decade. So, as you heard from Alex, throughout these 2 days, our program includes spaces for practitioners to connect. We want you to meet each other, to have strategies. Let's look to the future. Let's be action-orientated. No single institution or organization can achieve this alone. And it depends and requires us working together. At Legal Action Worldwide, we wanted to support this conference because we work with 60 partners across Africa, Asia, Middle East, and Eastern Europe, supporting individuals and communities before national, regional, and international courts. At any one time, we're representing 800 individuals before the courts. And even in these difficult circumstances, last year, we had 206 favourable decisions. So I'm nearly coming to an end. We gather at a time, I think, of immense difficulties. There's attacks on international law, on international institutions, human rights, and gender. So it's even more critical that we're here together. If these 2 days spark even one new alliance, one new idea, or one renewed commitment, then we will have achieved even part of our goal. I wish you a wonderful 2 days, a productive 2 days, an inspiring 2 days. Thank you so much. And now I'll hand over.
Good morning, and may I also add my welcome to you, particularly in this room, and indeed online, 1,400, that's quite something. My name is Jeff Handmaker. I'm an associate professor and program director for our MA in Development Studies here at the ISS. ISS was founded in The Hague in 1952. For those of you who don't know, this is an academic and research and teaching institute. Since 2009, we became part of Erasmus University, and this building is the university's 4th campus. So welcome actually to Erasmus University of Rotterdam in The Hague. Very confusing. ISS runs teaching programs in public policy, development studies, and humanitarianism, themes which obviously very much intersect with the goals of this conference. The scope of our teaching and research is in women and gender studies, conflict and peace studies, human rights, legal mobilization, and learning from crisis. And I'm very pleased that some of my colleagues at the Institute will also be contributing to this sessions in this conference. So these areas indeed align with the program over the coming 2 days. And as you've heard, with the unprecedented assault on international criminal justice and against women, reproductive rights, and gender diversity, this conference is very timely and unfortunately also very necessary. So there's some practical matters, and I think if we can go through the slides for this, because it illustrates it more easily. Yeah. Do you go and start the slides? Yeah. But we can't see them. It's okay. Maybe while this is getting started, for those of you who were not able to register coming in here, because there was quite a few of you, this is really very special to have so many of you here in the room. Check. I can see that now. Thank you. Please do register during the break, because it's very important for the organizers that they can see that you all have registered. They need to, of course, report back to the donors. So this is a building where you are. You can go to the next slide already. So we have restrooms on both sides of the building, and we aim to be as inclusive as possible. So there are different modalities of restrooms also on every floor on both sides of the building. Please do not take photos or recordings, certainly not without consent of people. This is obviously for security and data privacy reasons. I don't think I need to elaborate that. There is a professional photographer in the back of the room. And if you do not wish to be photographed, there's a no photo zone in the back over this side, right? Yes. So please then sit in the back or just make clear that you do not want to have your photo taken. There are two well-being spaces here. As you understood from Alex, this raises quite some emotions, and there's a peer-supported space on the second floor, the coffee lounge, just almost directly above you on the other side of the stairs. And there's a quiet room, and you can get the key from the receptionist for that. If you have any questions, just ask somebody with these blue lanyards, and they'll be able to help you. Yep, the next slide, please. As you can see, we're very grateful to our interpreters for translating into Arabic and from Arabic into English. If you need assistance, there are headsets and devices there in the back by my colleagues Emer and Juliana, thank you. Thanks. I already mentioned those who are organizers who have any questions, just look for the blue lanyard. And again, this is being co-organized not just by ISS, but through other colleagues on what's called the Legal Mobilization Platform. My colleague, Dr. Tandiwe Matthews, is going to share more later on this, so I'm not going to say anything at this juncture, but the next. And this is quite important. If you haven't done so already, there's an app called YAP. And if you scan this QR code at the top for Apple and at the bottom for Android, you'll find the entire program, and it makes it much easier to navigate the many sessions, the 50 speakers that are going to be participating in this. If you haven't already accessed it, these are the Wi-Fi details. The network is EduRoam, and that's the username and password. And I think that's the last slide. Again, a very warm welcome. I really wish you all a productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And now over to our keynote address. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Michelle Jarvis, who needs little introduction to this group of practitioners, but a very central figure for the Gender Practitioners Hub. So please, Michelle, over to you. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. And it really is such a pleasure to see not only the number of people in the room, but also already to feel the positive energy that it's building. So I think we all know we need these 2 days of conversation and solidarity. So thank you for engaging and being with us here. I think many of you know my role as Deputy Head of the International Impartial and Independent Mechanism for Syria, IIIM for short. But in addition to that role, I've also been an advisory board member of the Gender Justice Practitioner Hub, or the Hub for short, since its inception. And in that capacity, between 2023 and 2024, I had the real privilege of following the scoping phase for the Hub, funded by the Australian government and implemented by Legal Action Worldwide. It was really an unprecedented opportunity to consult practitioners around the world who are working on accountability for international crimes. Over 18 months, 9 regional roundtables and dozens of expert interviews, we reached more than 800 practitioners. And we asked some really pressing questions about the blockages they currently face, what would help them the most in their daily work, and how we, as a field of practice, can strengthen overall gender justice outcomes. So many valuable insights came out of that scoping phase, insights that have certainly helped to inform setting up the Hub. But one thing was seared on my mind from the discussions: the hunger across our field of practice for connection, solidarity, and support within and across the national, regional, and international levels. As a practitioner working inside accountability institutions over the past 25 years, I knew from my own experience that sense of disconnection inside our individual institutions, due in part to the ad hoc and fragmented nature of this work. But I was stunned by the depth of the sentiment that was expressed about the emotional toll on practitioners, about the despair we feel because of our slow progress in integrating gender perspectives as a core part of this work, and the alarming risk that our hard-fought gains could be eroded in a heartbeat. And now we find, and we can go on to the next slide, now we find ourselves here in September 2025 in a world that is riddled with escalating attacks on the very principle of gender equality, unabashed efforts to dominate people and populations, and unprecedented pressure on our ever more fragile institutions and our planet. We still hope that we will see strong leadership from within our institutions, standing firm on the principle of gender equality, that we will hear the reassurance we're seeking from our global leaders, persuasively explaining to all what is at stake and why there is nothing to fear from a gender equal world, just so much to gain. But in the meantime, we might need to generate that momentum ourselves. And even as we fear our institutions crumbling around us, we have to be honest about the historical shortcomings embedded in them from a gender perspective and from many other perspectives as well. But after all, the cracks are where the light gets in, and we can choose to see this time as an opportunity, a time for honest reflection about what we need to change about ourselves to realise our vision. We'll go on to the next slide. So in my remarks today, I want to touch on three things that I think would at least help us make a start in that direction. And the first thing is getting clarity on the vision of the world we want to see, daring to speak it out loud if we can do so safely, taking every opportunity to imbue our daily conversations with it, and where it's not possible to speak it out loud, finding other ways to direct our energy to it, creating a collective narrative that can help us shape our reality. We need a new imagining of humanity to counter the mounting and alarmingly effective narratives of domination, separation, division, and greed. And perhaps we do need to go back to basics. The vision of the world that I'd like to see in some ways can be very simply stated: peaceful, flourishing communities living within planetary environmental boundaries. Surely that's a starting point that we can all agree on. But how do we move in that direction? For me, one urgent piece of the puzzle is repairing and rebuilding communities that have been torn apart by conflict-related atrocities. And I've spent most of my career grappling with the role that justice plays in that process. Of course, if we achieve our no more atrocities and no need for justice processes to address them. And perhaps we should dare to set a bold target as part of our vision. In 20 years' time, justice processes for atrocity crimes will be obsolete, like the Gates Foundation announcing it will close its doors in 20 years, but in the meantime, front-loading all of its efforts and resources to eradicating global health problems now. If we were to take up a challenge like that for atrocity crimes, we have some deep thinking to do about what our justice processes need to deliver to truly help repair and rebuild communities. We say no peace without justice, but what kind of justice? We need justice processes that address the structural drivers of atrocity crimes. We see flecks of this thinking embedded in the design of our international criminal law frameworks. Some provisions were specifically developed to expose certain discriminatory drivers of crimes, a way to condemn and expose those structures so that we can dismantle them. But while discriminatory factors such as race, ethnicity, nationality, politics, and religion have been traditionally recognised in crimes like persecution and genocide, gendered structures have not been. And although we've made some progress, particularly in the Rome Statute's recognition of gender persecution, we've been very slow to apply this provision, and so far the results are sparse. Overall, I think it's fair to say we've struggled to address the structural elements of gender in international criminal law, despite their pervasive role in not only driving crimes, but then exacerbating the impact of conflict-related harms on individuals and communities, and then silencing the voices of victims and survivors and blocking their access to justice. Our focus has largely been confined to addressing some of the gendered outcomes of conflict, particularly conflict-related sexual violence, but we've not really begun to grapple with the structural underpinnings of that violence. And until we do, our justice processes will be a blunt instrument in our toolkit for repairing and rebuilding communities in the aftermath of atrocities. That link between addressing gendered structures in accountability processes and the quest for a more peaceful and flourishing world needs so much more attention. It's complicated because gendered structures are not homogeneous and static. They vary across contexts and over time, but there are some consistent patterns, and we can do better in developing some baseline methodologies to tailor for specific contexts. And this is something that the Hub has on its priority list. This brings me to the second issue, the need to address the deep gender structures inside our own institutions that hold gender bias in place and block our progress on gender justice. Based on the 25 years that I've worked inside international institutions with accountability mandates, one thing is really clear to me. We cannot promote inclusive gender justice for the affected communities we seek to serve without institutions that have a commitment to gender equality embedded in their DNA. For successful gender justice outcomes, we all need to understand how gender discrimination thwarts our goal of inclusive justice. We need to reject the idea of justice processes that serve only a fraction of the affected communities. And we need to commit fully to addressing the imbalance as a core part of the work that we do. In short, we want an informed commitment to gender equality as an integral part of the identity of every practitioner. And to support this, we need institutions that also embody that same commitment to gender equality. This was one of the key insights coming out of the extensive review that we did at the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, which was published in the 2016 book, Prosecuting Conflict-Related Sexual Violence at the ICTY. However, since then, we've seen little evidence of any meaningful engagement with this challenge inside our institutions. We've seen a flurry of policy frameworks being developed, which is very important, but few signs of sustained engagement with the deep structures inside our institutions that hold gender bias in place. And as a result, we have a gulf between our policy frameworks and implementation in practice. Policy development is the beginning, not the end, of a long process of change. Having worked on this challenge now for many years, I am the first to acknowledge that this is not easy, and it's definitely not a challenge for the faint-hearted. Our institutional systems are highly complex, and the deep discriminatory structures embedded in them are very good at reasserting themselves when challenged. As I've watched this process unfold in real time, it sent me scurrying for research that would help me understand the systemic factors at play. I started thinking about it as gender-sensitive institution building, but was that even a thing? What had others experienced and written on this topic, and how would I find it? A friend referred me to the work of Joanne Sandler, and in particular, the book she co-authored in 2016 called Gender at Work. And this was pivotal in helping me to recognise and articulate what I was seeing up close. So far, over the course of my work, I can see at least 4 mindsets on gender that we regularly encounter inside our institutions. The first is hostility. This might sound something like, we don't believe it's valid or necessary to focus on gender in our work, and we're not doing it. The second is denial. I know we talk about a gender focus, but we're not really going to change anything about the way we do our work, are we? The third is no capacity. We really want to do gender, but we're too busy now. Let's leave it until later. This one is particularly dangerous because if we miss the opportunity at the beginning, it's very difficult to change entrenched practices later on. And the fourth is erosion. It was good that we had a commitment to gender, but now we have resource constraints and we can't afford to do it anymore. So those are the first resources that should go. I've called them mindsets rather than phases because the process is not linear. More than one mindset can exist at the same time, and very often we see overall institutional sentiment switching back and forth. It's messy and very hard to untangle, but some lessons start to emerge about how we could develop a more meaningful strategy across the international law field of practice for gender-sensitive institution building. And if that was not previously a thing, I am proposing that we should make it one now. We'll dive deeper into this topic in our strategy session today on gender-sensitive institution building. But ahead of that, I want to emphasise the importance of grappling with the deep gender structures inside our institutions, a term that I'm borrowing from Sandler and co. As they put it, gender policies rarely take on deep structures due to their pervasiveness and the time it takes to confront them. And I would say the difficulty of even getting visibility on how they were operating. But we certainly feel them, and sometimes we hear fragments of them spoken inside our institutions. Comments like, we're spending too many resources on gender, or by focusing on crimes experienced by women, we could be seen as partial or biased. It's incompatible with being evidence-driven. Or diversity criteria means sacrificing competence. Or even, why does it matter if we have low figures of women as witnesses? That has no impact on the verdicts. We do need to have open and honest discussions about these types of concerns. Cultures of silence are one of the most insidious forms of reinforcing biased structures. But how do we know what is a valid concern and what is the discriminatory system reasserting itself? I think a good litmus test is always the constructiveness with which the issues are raised and whether the overall trend inside our institutions is to block or gut any progress on gender equality. Inevitably, when entrenched bias structures are challenged, there will be backlash. I think that if we're not experiencing backlash from the implementation of our gender policies, then we haven't yet begun to fundamentally change the way our institutions are functioning. A quote by Fiona McKay in the book I mentioned sums it up very well. We should celebrate as a success cases where the status quo has to work hard to reproduce itself and has to invest resources and energy in resisting gender change. The need for visible resistance to positive change is a success. But along the way, we need to create a better culture of care around the change agents inside our institutions. As we heard during the scoping phase of the hub, it's tough out there. Personal and professional attacks pile up, especially when success is achieved. In the ICL field, one of our most significant strategies to date has been the short-term deployment of gender experts to work with accountability mechanisms. And this has been a very important development to address historical silences. But we shouldn't view this as a standalone strategy. Individuals parachuted into organisations, especially for short periods of time, cannot alone tackle the gendered structures that block gender justice, both within the communities we seek to serve and inside our own institutions. We also need to counter the risk that gender experts will become sidelined and their presence will be taken as permission for others to disengage on gender. We have to be realistic about the pattern of pushback that change agents are likely to experience and be well prepared to support them through these processes as a standard part of our strategy. These systemic issues are focus areas for the hub. Encouragingly, the hub has started to receive requests for assistance by some institutional actors now seeking to engage with this challenge. Some momentum is building, but perhaps we can get even more ambitious. It would be great to see all leaders of accountability institutions engaging with the hub on a collective project to strengthen gender-sensitive institution building. And perhaps we could start with those who have already signed up as gender champions. The third issue I want to cover is the alchemy we could release through better coordination among ourselves as justice actors. And this is an aspiration that has also been embedded into the hub. We know we need to move outside of the echo chamber. Although with now 1,400 people registered for the conference, it does seem our echo chamber is at least growing a little bit. Bringing in all generations to the conversation is an important element of this and sparks genuine optimism that it is possible to achieve the systems change that we seek. Better cross-disciplinary coordination is also key, starting with the silos that currently exist between academia and practitioners. There is so much good work being done in the academic realm, but practitioners rarely have time to follow the literature, and often it's too theoretical to be directly translated into practice. We're missing a big opportunity here, I think. I know from my own experience the difference it makes when academics working on gender and ICL issues engage with practitioners and help us translate their insights into practical approaches for our work. And I'm personally grateful to scholars like Judith Gardam, Kirsten Campbell, Gorana Mlinarovic, Susanna Sakuto, and Lisa Davis. We've sought to embed this spirit into the conference as well. We have Louise Chappell speaking about the new book on ICC feminist judgments and plans to translate the key insights into strategies for practical application. Likewise, we have Catherine O'Rourke to help us start tackling the current silos between the women, peace and security agenda and international criminal law practice, to think through how we could, as practitioners, make more use of the WPS agenda to support our daily work and advocacy. Which brings me to our conference program more generally. I've mentioned the hub's focus on practical, systems-oriented strategies. And it has been quite an interesting and novel experience designing a conference program through that lens. And necessarily, this year's conference is a bit experimental. We're canvassing a wide range of issues to also plant seeds for more in-depth discussions in the future. Our aim is to hold this conference annually, a strong demand coming out of the scoping phase for the hub. The conference program has been structured around the three key pillars of the hub that emerged in the scoping phase. Pillar 1 is connecting practitioners, building solidarity and bridging silos. Pillar 2 is centralising and developing our knowledge repository and building our expertise. And Pillar 3 is peer-to-peer strategy building for concrete justice opportunities. And this year we've included a geographical focus on Syria and Palestine linked to the MENA region more broadly. In future years, we can rotate the country focus. But to conclude, let's return for a moment to the vision that I mentioned. Peaceful, flourishing communities, effective gender justice to help us repair and rebuild communities torn apart by atrocities, and ultimately rendering the need for justice processes obsolete. What would it actually look like if we threw our collective might behind this challenge? Obviously, we do not start with the pool of $200 billion that the Gates Foundation has, but should we let that stop us? Definitely, we have some work to do. And even if it feels overwhelming to see how comprehensive change could be achieved, perhaps we can start by focusing on some islands of change. And on that note, I'm very pleased to give the floor to Joumana Seif, who wears many hats, including a long association with the Syrian feminist lobby, and more recently taking up positions in the newly established Syrian Transitional Justice Commission and the UN Institution on Missing Persons for Syria. Joumana's going to speak to us about her vision for gender justice in Syria and how we could begin moving in that direction. Joumana.
Thank you. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for this opportunity. It's a great pleasure to be here with you. So maybe it's important to clarify that I'm speaking today in my personal capacity, not representing any organization or entities. So, dear friends, I'm a human rights lawyer, and I've been working in this field of human rights since 2001. In mid-2012, I was forced to leave Syria, abandoning my home and my work. I sought refuge in Germany, where I continued my activism. After the fall of the Assad dictatorship, I moved to Damascus, marking my return after more than 12 years in exile. My decision, shaped after meeting many Syrian lawyers and activists on the ground, was to establish a human rights center dedicated to training and capacity building in human rights and international law, training female lawyers, I mean, to empower the female lawyers and activists to participate in and advocate for the transitional justice process. This step would not have been possible without the support of my colleague at the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights. I'm here with you today to participate in this conference, having spent the entire summer there in temperature that reached 50 degrees Celsius amid continuous power outages and water shortages. Over the past month, many friends have asked me, is Syria the best place to live now under these economic and security conditions? My answer is, of course not. But how will Syria ever become better if all of its citizens do not actively contribute to rebuilding it? Syria continues to suffer from immense economic, political, and security challenges. Women in particular continue to endure severe hardship as a result of difficult economic conditions. They also remain exposed to grave risk of violence, abduction, and disappearance due to political, security, and social challenges. Many Syrian and international organization reports have documented such violation, including cases of women being kidnapped and disappeared during incidents in the coastal cities and in Sweda massacres. From my perspective, we have to look at what is happening today through the lens of the past, just to understand what is happening today. Since 1970, Syria has lived under a dictatorial rule that governed the country with an iron fist. It saw mistrust and division among the component of the Syrian people, while suppressing political life and the natural development of the society. When the Syrian people, women and men, took to the street in March 2011 for their freedom and dignity, they faced brutal violence and countless international crimes. Women, in particular, were used as a tool of war and as a means of revenge against the uprising communities. This violence pushed those who rose up against the Assad regime to take up arms and respond with counter-violence. As a result, women found themselves caught in a cycle of violence and counter-violence. The war entrenched the legal and social economic discrimination that had already existed before 2011, leading us with the new conservative authority to environments that are unwelcoming to women participation in the public sphere, except in certain limited areas such as childcare or primary education. This reality across most Syrian communities must be acknowledged and addressed with patience, persistence, and comprehensive collective efforts spanning the social, economic, legal, and political sphere. Nevertheless, I believe there is a genuine opportunity for reform through the framework and the pathways of transitional justice. It is essential to reform the laws and draft. Yes, I think it's it. And to draft transitional justice law. To draft, it's not working, or yeah, it is. To draft a transitional justice law that incorporate a gender perspective, one that ensures fairness for women, prevents discrimination against them, and removes all obstacles they face in accessing justice. On August 29, legislative decree number 149 was announced, naming the member of the National Commission of Transitional Justice, and my name was among them, alongside 4 other female colleagues from the civil society. The 13 members reached a consensus to appoint me as a chair of the Truth Committee. This is a profound responsibility, one that demands not only the dedication of the committee itself, but also the active engagement of families, victims association, and civil society, bringing the expertise they possess. It further requires technical assistance from international institutions and sustained financial support from Syria's friends. Only through such collective effort can the Commission fulfill its mission. Today marks exactly 1 month since the establishment of the Transitional Justice Commission. We are currently developing a strategy for comprehensive, transparent, and gender-sensitive transitional justice process, one that highlights the disproportionate impact of the conflict on women. My colleagues and I will hopefully work with affected women and men along with civil society organizations, especially women-led groups, to understand women's experiences through an intersectional lens. We will examine the cause and impact of violation, particularly sexual violence, to inform reparation and redress efforts. In shaping our strategy, we were guided by the gender strategy developed by the IIIM in partnership with Syrian civil society in 2021. This framework has had a profoundly positive impact on Syrian human rights organizations. A genuine transitional justice process in Syria is a necessity to establish a sustainable peace and move toward a better future. From my personal perspective, the success of this process requires 1, economic revitalization. What Syrians need most is economic revitalization and increased investment. Poverty, lack of income drives much of the violence. And we cannot expect women to fight for justice when they are struggling to provide food for their children. 2, prioritizing survivor-centered justice approaches, ensuring that victims and their families received medical support, psychological support, and preparation. Supporting women-led civil society organizations and women human rights activists who have spent years serving their communities, working with survivors and leading local efforts. 4, ensuring the reform and independence of the judiciary, including by promoting the inclusion of female judges and underscoring their vital role in the legal system. Encouraging the government to adopt a gender-sensitive approaches within the law enforcement and defense institutions by ensuring the inclusion of women in police, national army, and other security and military bodies. Ensuring that the design and implementation for accountability process is Syrian-led. However, due to the weakened judiciary resulting from the year of wars, hybrid courts may be the more suitable to ensure professionalism and impartiality. Collaboration among the National Commission for Transitional Justice, the Syrian judicial system, and international institutions with extensive experience in the Syrian context, such as IIIM, IIMP, COI, is essential. It is also crucial for skilled Syrian investigators to actively engage and liaise with these institutions. 8, supporting the continuation of ongoing trials and investigation in Europe under universal jurisdiction, particularly given the presence of enormous perpetrators in its territory and the potential for new evidence to emerge following the fall of the Assad regime. 9, providing technical support to secure, preserve, and document extensive evidence within the security agencies and military institutions of the Assad regime. Finally, encourage and support the government to ensure women's inclusion in full alignment with the UN Security Resolution 1325 on women's peace and security. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Joumana. Thank you very much, Joumana, Seif, and Michelle Jarvis, for providing us with such a strong foundation for the next 2 days. Dear friends, we are going to break for coffee. We have 15 minutes. Please make your way upstairs to the atrium where you will have the opportunity to get a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, some water. But I will ask you to be back at 11:15 sharp for our next session, Solidarity. Thank you very much. See you soon. Friends, welcome back. If I can please ask you to take your seats. Thank you. Could we have maybe a second mic for the panel? Thank you.
I'm going to try and do 6 minutes.
Dear friends and colleagues, if I can please ask you to take your seat, we're going to get started again. This is... Any way we can turn this sound? It's fine? Okay. It is working. This is working. Can you hear me? Good. Dear friends, please take your seats. We are going to get started with our next panel. But first, a very quick message from ISS. Jeff, over to you.
Welcome back again. So one thing I forgot to mention, and many of you may have already noticed, is that we have a couple of exhibitions in our building, which are basically under the title Palestine Through Art and Reflections. The first exhibition is Women in Isolation, Stories of Resilience and Resistance Under Israel's Family Reunification Ban, curated by the Community Action Center East Jerusalem and PAX, which is a Dutch NGO. And that's, you can see in the atrium where you just had your coffee and you will have your lunch shortly. And then secondly, there's the art exhibition, The Carpet of Return and Other Artworks, which is created by the Palestinian artist Marianne Jaresi. And that you'll see in the stairwell, but also in a glass case in the atrium. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Please make sure to check out the exhibitions. And now, without further ado, here it is. Over to you, Madeleine.
Thank you very much. That was me looking at an empty space where the microphone could have been. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I came in a little bit late this morning, and as I walked in, so I heard Antonio say, we are facing immense difficulties. And I thought, well, there's a little understatement. And then we had Michelle brilliantly, I think, taking us to identification of all the issues that are being faced, but also finding ways in which we can be addressing them. So we can all just go and discuss now what we're going to do. In this panel, though, we have got some real expertise as to what is happening in 3 particular dimensions based on the real experience of people who are working on the ground on gender issues. And just to say, to follow up from what I just said about Antonio, her immense difficulties, this is messy. We're in a messy period right now. When we last got together last year, I think it was, or many of us were still active and practicing and hopeful, it was better. We'd had the the work of the ICC and the special advisor to the prosecutor telling us what gender was, how it would work. We thought we had full commitment. We had good stuff going on in the Human Rights Council, and we won't mention the trouble we had with gender as an analytical tool when it comes to issues of LGBT in particular, caused in human rights terms. Decisions to try to fragment the movement where we need to bring it back together. Sorry, yes, I'm talking too fast because we're already behind time. So I've got to keep this very, very short and tight. So just to say, building what Michelle said, this work today is about strategizing, networking, and how to build solidarity and resistance. So I'm going to we've got questions that I want you to take away to think about during this session. But I'm not going to say what they are because they're on the program. And we can pick up other things as well. Do not feel tied by those as being the takeaways we need to identify. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Sarita Ashraf if she will inform you as to the outcome of the consultations there have been with practitioners in the face of this pushback on gender. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure for me over the last few months to be meeting with gender justice practitioners from multiple country contexts to multiple different organizations, and who really approach intersectional gender justice from different perspectives and with different experiences behind them. The Gender Justice Practitioners Hub engaged in a series of consultations, online consultations, including with gender justice practitioners globally, but also then had more context specialized hubs, including with Syrian and Syria-focused gender justice practitioners, Iraq and Iraq-focused gender justice practitioners, with an emphasis of those working on crimes against the Yazidis, which has been a real focus of justice efforts, particularly in universal jurisdiction and active personality jurisdiction cases, principally in Europe. And then also looking at a survey, and I know many of you hopefully in this room have received a couple of emails from myself and Jack around the survey, and we really thank those of you who filled it in. And I wanted to give just a brief overview before we turn to the other panelists of some of the results. And often the perspectives that were expressed in the survey very much mirrored the perspective that were given in the online convenings. The first is, I'm taking them in pairs. The first question was around, is there an ongoing attack, and what has been the effect of decreased funding? It will probably not surprise anyone in this room and those of us joining online that there was an overwhelming sense that gender justice, priorities gender justice as a concept, is under attack. In the survey itself, 85% of those surveys said they either agreed or strongly agreed, with 62% saying they strongly agreed. When it came to discussing the impact of funding, and obviously the attack goes beyond funding, but I did want to highlight funding because it was something that that both those in the convenings and those who provided additional responses through the survey really emphasized. That 31% of people had seen already a serious impact of decreased funding and attacking through their decreased funding, with 23% saying that they also agreed, although it hadn't necessarily reached them yet, they could see the ripple, the wave moving towards them. The funding cuts and the fragility of funding, so even for those that hadn't yet experienced funding cuts, but were experiencing the impacts of a more fragile funding situation, said there were several rippling impacts. The first was that for some people, there's been already an immediate loss of staff, and I know some people in the room, and I'm sure people online, have already started seeing that impact or been impacted themselves. There's also been impacts then, of course, on programs, because without staffing, programs can't run. And a couple of groups, particularly in the Syria convening and in those who were surveyed, said it has already started to have an impact on survivor trust, working with programs, some programs coming to an end almost abruptly, not necessarily leaving a smooth segue out of the space, even if such a thing were possible. So that has also had rolling impacts across the whole organization as a result of the erosion of survivor trust. It has made planning very difficult. They said, although obviously the focus has been on the loss of US funding most immediately, they're seeing that rolling out to how other states are behaving and even private donors, and as well as a loss of, for example, a movement from multi-year funding to single-year funding. But in terms of an overall attack, even outside funding, because I know funding is a theme, but it's not the only thing we're going to be discussing in terms of that where we need more solidarity and the silos that have been cast into sharper light. Has also been that there have been shrinking gender approaches. There has been across the not in our movement/profession, but certainly in organizations and in the wider political world, there has a sense of not only a resurgence of gender blindness, but also almost as an elevation of gender blindness as actually the better way to work or return to a more normal way to work, and the elevation of it as a model, as a better model of understanding harm. And then, of course, there's been a loss in the understanding of intersectional attacks. So obviously with gender justice implicit in that, but obviously needing to be stated explicitly when discussing, it's in gender justice is intersectional justice. And as we see the attack on gender justice, that has also then rippled out into other activists with the marginalized identifiers. There have been particular effects on human rights defenders, on the LGBTQI+ and non-binary community, and on those who work on reproductive rights or on reproductive violence. There's also been a real sense of loss and isolation, as people who were previously thought to have been allies may have been silent, may have been disappeared, may have taken a more pragmatic approach more quickly than needed. In effect, very early compliance or sometimes over-compliance by individuals and by institutions. One person said, and I think it's important to remember that this is not new. So one person said, yes, there is an attack. It is affecting maybe those of us it hasn't affected before, but for many people, it's not new. And globally, it is not new. In terms of organizations and their changes, either official changes when they work on gender justice or unofficial changes of work on gender justice, there was actually some quite cheering news. I mean, this is obviously a reflection of the demographic who fills in surveys on gender justice practitioners. But most people had said that their organizations had remained quite vocal on gender justice, that there hadn't even been necessarily unofficial changes. Here we saw about 80% of people saying there'd been no official changes in their organization and 79% saying there hadn't been unofficial changes. One person, several people, in fact, in the convenings had said part of that reason was because there had been quite successful gender mainstreaming. And so gender justice work hadn't been focused on one or two or three people in the organization. They had very successfully mainstreamed it throughout the organization, which made it very difficult to dismantle so quickly. And people had said sometimes they had doubled down. Some of the Syrian activists had said this is a time for example, Syrian women who had been so vocal to double down, but others noted how difficult it is to double down without funding behind you. And then one person said, not yet, which seemed to be a little bit ominous. Across the board, there was tremendous, in the convenings and in the survey, a tremendous amount of support for the need for more solidarity, particularly through peer-to-peer networks, with 62% strongly agreeing and 79% overall agreeing. And there's also a great desire expressed in the convenings and in the survey for more practical theories of working together, of solidarity, for cooperation, and also maybe new relational models, thinking about how those of us in the gender justice space work with each other. That's not to say I think people felt like people were working together before, but often the needs of the work, the amount of time that people spent stretched, meant that, often you were relating most closely with those you were already working with, and there wasn't the bandwidth for reaching out further. And there was the desire to think about how we reach out further, whether we can have new models of doing so and new ways of interacting, both in substance and in process. There was, in fact, no disagreement expressed with the idea that there needed to be these new relational models and greater cooperation across the sector. And then finally, one of the questions we had was, is there a need to focus on bringing us together, those who are in the sector who want to learn, who want to build, with less of an emphasis on ideological purity. I think that in some ways that can be quite a controversial question. I'm sure it's something we'll get into a bit later. But across the board, 38% said they strongly agreed with that, and 42% said they agreed, for a total of 80%. One of the things that I think is really clear is that for those who are the forces that are kind of lined up against gender justice, they often have different nuances to why they are lined up or why they've taken this position, but they are working in the direction of existing patriarchal models. They're working with the current. And so it is easier for them, I think, to overcome or look past ideological differences in the way that it is not necessarily as easy for those of us who are working on gender justice, on other more progressive forms. But certainly, we don't necessarily have as much bandwidth for the tyranny of small differences anymore. And so I think that's going to be a big part of it. The one thing I would say people emphasize, that some of those that are most directly affected include adolescent girls globally, people of color, obviously the LGBTQI plus community and non-binary communities, refugees, as well as a number of people, a number of country-specific situations, including Sudan, Myanmar, Iraq, Ethiopia, and Afghanistan. With one participant saying how the world responds or doesn't respond to the situation of Afghan women is highly consequential for women's rights globally. So the two things that I would probably add, and I'll close now, are that one of the things that I noted from the discussions and from the survey is that no one really mentioned often many of the countries that the Western gender practitioners come from. And this is kind of coming home. I mean, it's coming home for those maybe who had felt a sense of security that those in Sudan and Afghanistan did not have and may not have had in their lifetimes. And those that I think turning the mirror of who is going to be affected has not fully reached back around, saying that we have a lot to learn from people who've been dealing with this for their whole lives, their mother's whole lives, their grandmother's whole lives in some cases. That's one thing that was clear. The other is that in terms of our own profession, I did think, looking at the convenings and the survey results, that we need to look at those who are both more senior in the profession and also much more junior in the profession. Most of the responses, most of the conversations happened between those who are in the kind of, I would say between 30 and probably 55 in the discussion. And so I think we're losing out from people who've had experience of earlier backlashes, who've worked through periods of time when gender justice really wasn't at all central or even really evolving as a concept in the way that it has now. But the second is that we're really not capturing the voices of the most junior members of the profession. And for me personally, I think that worries me most of all, because those that are entering the job market now and who want to do this work, there's just not much space for them. So there's an entire community of extremely able people that aren't getting opportunities to skill build and to network in the way that I did and many of us did. And we're not necessarily capturing the impact on them or considering the impact on the profession writ large, when those in years 1 to 10 are not getting the chances to build their experience for the future, for when they become, the main demographic in the profession. Thank you.
Thanks, Teresa. That was chilling and quite a tour de force, given the task that you had to deal with. But I mean, it came up, I count myself as one of those people who was around before gender justice was even a thing. So I'm the old bat, and we do need the young bats to come in behind and build on that. But I think cautionary tales, the structure that we had built to achieve this and thought we were working towards an end goal has fallen apart because it wasn't the right structure. So if we talk about the funding models, if we talk about the Western leadership of it, if we talk about the solidarity connections, and if we talk about projects which have a shelf life which is inherently limited by the funding and the donor reporting and everything else, that's where we have got to look to change. Now, someone who's been working on exactly that for a long time is Moumina Yari from Afghanistan, who will talk to us about what is happening on the ground in Afghanistan as a result of this demise of the international community's respect for women's rights.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and fellow advocates for justice. I'm Moumina Yari from Afghanistan. I'm working since 2001 with Afghanistan Organization for Development of Human Rights. And this organization is working since 2003 with the ICC. So we have a long experience of working on human rights and gender. So thank you very much for inviting me today in this wonderful and important conference by the organizations organizing this conference. It is both a privilege and responsibility to speak here today on behalf of those whose voices are being systematically silenced. Today I speak about Afghanistan, not the version seen on news tickers or fleeting headlines, but the lived reality of millions of women and girls whose very existence has become a site of resistance. Really hard. Since the Taliban's return to power in August 2021, Afghanistan has descended into one of the most extreme and sustained gender apartheid systems in the world. Women have been erased from public life, banned from education, employment, political participation, public parks, travel, and even access to basic health care without male guardian of the family. Girls over the age of 12 are barred from attending school. Women cannot work for NGOs and UN. And those who once defended rights such as female judges, prosecutors, and lawyers are now in hiding or exile, here fearing for their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, really I'm in a very bad feeling now. I'm speaking about my fellow women who are struggling for their lives inside Afghanistan. This is not just a humanitarian crisis. It is a legal emergency, really. A deliberate, systematic dismantling of rights and identity. A regime of gender persecution that arguably constitute crimes against humanity and the international criminal law inside Afghanistan. Among those suffering the most under this regime are Hazara women, who face compounded discrimination and violence not only because they are women, but also due to their identity in Shia Fat Muslim. The Hazara community has long been targeted in Afghanistan and under the Taliban rule as well, very harshly. Hazara women are especially vulnerable to exclusion, threats, and targeted attacks. Their marginalization is not incidental, it is structural. And it must acknowledge as part of the broader apparatus of persecution. Dear friends, this brings us to a vital legal question. What is the jurisdiction of criminal law in this context? Afghanistan has been a state party to the Rome Statute of International Criminal Court, ICC, since 2003. This means that the ICC has jurisdiction to investigate and prosecute the most serious crimes under international law, genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity, and the crimes of aggression committed on Afghan territory. Under Article 7 of the Rome Statute, gender persecution, when committed as part of the widespread or systematic attack against civilians population, qualifies as a crime against humanity. This legal framework makes clear the acts being carried out by the Taliban are not just morally indefensible, they are be legally prosecuted at the international level. Jurisdiction here is not theoretical, it is active. The ICC has already opened an investigation to the situation in Afghanistan. And although much of the focus has previously been on crimes committed during armed conflicts in Afghanistan, there is growing international advocacy to expand attention to include gender-based crimes and crimes of persecution under the Taliban rule inside Afghanistan. But during this darkness, there is also resilience. Afghan women are not passive victims. Passive victims, they are very strong. They are protesting, documenting, organizing, and even whispering truth to power when speaking to openly risk deaths. And this is where organizations like the Afghanistan Organization for Development of Human Rights, AODHR, become vital. AODHR is an impartial, independent civil society organization founded in 2001 by Afghan human rights defenders and civil society activists. From the beginning, it has worked for the development and protection of human rights in accordance with the international human rights standards. In fact, AODHR played a key role in Afghanistan's accession to the Rome Statute, making Afghanistan as the first South Asian country and the second Muslim majority country to join the ICC. Since then, AODHR has focused on integrating international legal framework like the Rome Statute into Afghanistan's domestic legal system while promoting public awareness through education, training, and publication, including our influential series, Victims and Justice. Today, AODHR continues to serve as one of the few remaining centers committed to the protection of human rights in Afghanistan, documenting violations, advocating for justice, and amplifying the voices of the oppressed, particularly women and girls inside Afghanistan. Which brings to me the heart of today's session, solidarity. If Afghan women can resist under the shadow of tyranny, then what is our excuse? Those of us with platforms, protection, and power. We have to really fight for the rights of those women who are under this brutal regime surviving in Afghanistan. Solidarity must more than symbolic. It means centering Afghan voices in every conversation about justice, policy, and reconstruction. Supporting legal action, including the pursuit of accountability through international criminal law mechanisms. Funding school legal aid networks, women-led shelters, and civil society groups like AODHR that are operating under constant threat inside Afghanistan and outside. And perhaps most importantly, refusing to normalize or forget what is happening inside Afghanistan. The international community cannot claim neutrality. Silence is complicity. And strategic engagement without red lines only encourages impunity. Afghanistan is not just a human rights crisis. It is a mirror reflecting back to us the strength of our conviction and the limits of our courage. Will we uphold our promises to women and girls? Or will we become bystanders to the destruction of gender justice in real time? Let us stand together, not only in words, but in action, in advocacy, in law. I really apologize for taking more time. Thank you for your kind attention.
I mean, so important. It's a shame we haven't got a lot longer to hear, but I'm hoping we will have time during other sessions to discuss, because we need a strategy for solidarity to actually address some of those issues you've raised. Moving quickly to Jack Torbett from Legal Action Worldwide, who's going to, unfortunately, share with us all the damage that's been done to the LGBTQ as a result of.
Thanks, Madeline. Oh, too loud? Thanks, Madeline. Yeah, I have the unenviable, I guess, task of highlighting how this anti-gender movement has really severely impacted LGBTQI communities with diverse sexual orientation and gender identity around the world. And as Sarita points out, increasingly in places where we thought these rights and these frameworks were already guaranteed and protected. We see this happening in different ways all across the world. In Europe, as I say, we're starting to see rollbacks and rights. In some places, it may just be rhetoric at the moment, but we are starting to see it filter through into policy and practice. In Africa, we are seeing the reintroduction or the recriminalization of homosexuality in some contexts. And in places like the Middle East, we're seeing crackdowns on gatherings of LGBTQIA+ people, often, in the name of security or criminality. These attacks obviously very directly affect LGBTQ+ individuals, communities, but they also have a sinister knock-on effect where the new rules and the new regimes that are coming into place are using these sorts of attacks to then broaden into other spaces, to impact on women's rights, to impact on reproductive rights as well. We have seen anti-gender movements deliberately target sexual orientation and gender identity to delegitimize the sort of lived realities that many people have and many people live with. We are seeing anti-trans narratives being used as a Trojan horse for toxic masculinity, patriarchy, to enter into discussions and to fracture solidarity between groups, but then also to challenge women's autonomy, reproductive rights, broader gender protections that we all rely on. And so the impact is not therefore just on the LGBTQI+ community, but also on, we also see a ripple effect across all communities, really. I want to touch a little bit on some of the legal developments that we have seen, and obviously there have been positive steps forward, as Moumina was pointing to. At the ICC, we have seen first arrest warrants come out, and in a sort of monumental moment, we are seeing LGBTQ people be included in the language for the arrest warrant for the first time at the ICC, in the arrest warrants for senior Taliban leaders. We saw the independent expert on sexual orientation and gender identity. That mandate was renewed this year. It faced a huge amount of opposition, and it certainly wasn't guaranteed that that mandate would be renewed. And that's an important safeguard, I think, in looking at the protections that we have and how they are being protected. We're also in the regional courts in the last couple of years have seen important casework come through that has safeguarded or promoted LGBT rights. In the Inter-American Court, I'd point to Advisory Opinion 2417, and then at the European Court of Human Rights, Fedotova versus Russia from a couple of years ago. At national level, there have been lots of wins as well in Thailand, St. Lucia, Nepal. We're seeing some progress in recognizing same-sex relationships. At the same time, as I say, lots of pushback. Uganda's anti-homosexuality bill. In Ghana, the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill is criminalizing advocacy and even support for LGBTQI+ individuals. Ivory Coast, just this last month, recriminalized same-sex relationships. And on top of that, we have all the other points that Sarita was alluding to. We're seeing from the US across Europe a crackdown and a condensing of gender, a reframing of gender, the removal of funding for gender and gender-related projects, which obviously has a direct impact on LGBTQ+ individuals. As I say, so a very mixed picture when it comes to progress, and certainly some areas where we're seeing some very concerning pushback. From the Gender Justice Practitioner Hub perspective, I did want to highlight some of the specific challenges that therefore practitioners working on these rights are facing as well. The institutional resistance, preemptive compliance that Sarita had highlighted, obviously that has a very specific impact with LGBTQ communities who are already a sort of narrow segment within wider gender programming. When you're looking to cut back or reduce the group that maybe seems most controversial is likely the one that is going to end up feeling the brunt of that. And we've seen that across the convenings that we've had. We've heard people talk about it. We've heard people talk about preemptive compliance, even allies of the LGBTQ+ community preemptively complying, sometimes with a view to trying to protect LGBT plus programming by sort of diminishing or hiding it in some way. But that's obviously concerning in itself. And there are further sort of rippling impacts from the lack of funding and the reduction in programming. If we are not training colleagues on how to engage with and work with LGBT communities at this point, what's going to happen a couple of years down the line when we need to interview LGBTQ communities for evidence, for accountability processes, for truth-telling, for any other transitional justice processes as well. One of the really big things as well is just the physical safety and security risks that are faced by LGBTQ+ people. These are now increasing, the risks that they face. And if you think about a context like Uganda, it really is life and death for some people. That obviously has increased security costs, increased logistics and coordination costs for anybody working in this sector, and it's making it a lot more challenging for these people to be able to come forward and talk about their experiences without those safeguards being in place. I did want to talk a little bit about the overall shrinking space and the sort of arc of the narrative that we have as well here. My colleague, Nick Leddy, who's Law's head of litigation, a few years ago, he wrote an article looking at the progress that was being made at the International Criminal Court. And as part of that, he highlighted that the general trend has been towards liberalization, progress in protecting LGBTQIA+ rights. But obviously in the last couple of years since that article was written, we've seen a lot of troubling developments, a lot of rollbacks. If the Rome Statute is to be a living instrument, at the moment, it doesn't look like it's living very healthily if you take that sort of look at LGBT rights. There is always a risk if we're saying rights should expand and the frameworks that we have should expand to include LGBTQ plus persons. There is always the risk that someone will argue at some point, this no longer reflects what's happening in member states and we should retract it. That's something I think we need to look very seriously for and push back against. And alongside this as well, at the same time, you have, as we talked about, sort of fragmentation of solidarity between different groups. We want to all be coming together to work together. The questions around purity of ideology are obviously very pointed when it comes to LGBTQI plus people. It might be, it's very easy and nice to say we should all work together and we should all come together. But at some stages, there will be people in rooms that are not going to be there to advocate for LGBTQ plus people. And we need to come up with a way to work with or around, in some places, those people. And I think on that front, things are getting worse as well. We do see within the different tranches and the different silos, we do see sometimes people becoming more and more entrenched. The UN Special Rapporteur on Women, I remember in her first letter to the Scottish government to the UK government about the Scottish government's plans for gender self-identification, one of the first things she highlighted, this was only a couple of years ago, was that the legislation was not protective enough of non-binary individuals. And I don't know if that's something she would maybe be pushing for at this point, looking at the sort of narrative and the change that she's had in her stances over the time. Alongside this as well, we see pinkwashing, co-opting LGBT rights as a way of suppressing other rights. We've seen that a lot in Palestine from a lot of places. We've seen Israel using rainbow branding at Berlin Pride, while Palestinian queer activists are highlighting the ongoing oppressions they face. I'm aware of the time, so I'll come to my summation and just say that the LGBTQ community is there on the front line in some senses of some of the pushback we're seeing from the anti-gender movement. If we are able to protect and secure those rights, it will have a knock-on effect and a positive beneficial effect for wider discussions around gender and for gender justice. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Jack. It does feel like a let's go back to the 1950s moment, doesn't it? But then we know what we've got to do, which is quite helpful in some weird respects. We are short on time, so I just want to put the question to the panelists. Have you seen any reaching out, any solidarity that has actually worked, any new systems of connection which you think has borne fruit? Who would like to say?
Oh, you like? Yeah. I think yes, organizing this kinds of conference, like today we are here, is very much helpful to create a solidarity. Definitely in the past, there was lack of connectivity and lack of interactions among organization, individuals and that. But nowadays, because of the development of technology and connectivity, and also these kinds of conferences and seminars will very much be helpful to have solidarity and to really a strong a linkage of creating solidarity among organizations who are really working for gender justice. And of course, we should, as I said in my note, that it should not be really a slogan. It should not be something that we showed something. Let's really, some of the situation countries need very keen attentions, like Afghanistan, Syria, Ukraine, Palestine. These are very, very, because as Syria also, as I said, these countries are suffering. Women, because of the decades of war crisis inside of these countries, the most vulnerable group are women and children. So definitely women are not only targeting because of their they are women or their identity, they are just because of most tradition and religious aspects, they are mostly targeting inside of these countries, and not only target because they are very really badly tortured, abuses physically and mentally, and other ways of inhuman behavior. So of course, we need solidarity. We need have to actively work by action, not by words. Thank you.
One thing I would point to very quickly, and it sort of links to something that Michelle brought up in her keynote about the role that justice plays in building and establishing these communities. And I think of Legal Action Worldwide, our work with the Rohingya population. In 2018, when we started working on the Rohingya crisis, we saw Rohingya women, Rohingya widows especially, come forward and really take the reins when it came to justice and pushing things forward. And you know, we submitted on their behalf a submission to the International Criminal Court, arguing for the court to have jurisdiction. There were multiple other communications to the International Criminal Court after that. And through all of this work and through all the advocacy that the Rohingya women, the Shanti Mahila, means peace women in Rohingya, through all the work that they were doing, they sort of gained notoriety and prominence within what is quite a male-dominated community. And it's sort of small in that sense because it is just one community, but it shows how justice can be a tool to sort of expand that. And even in the last couple of years, we've expanded the survivor network, survivor advocate network that we work with there to include Hijra individuals. So that's people who are trans, intersex, or members of the third gender within the Rohingya population. And when I would speak to them a couple of years ago, the line would always be, Jack, I don't want to talk about international justice. I would like to be able to safely go and get food. But with working with those communities over a number of years, we've now seen a slight shift where they are very enthusiastic to be working on justice questions which affect their whole community. And in turn, the whole community has, obviously not across the board, but in a number of important ways and in the immediate communities around these individuals, started to really acclimatize and bring those individuals along when they think about community. And I hope that that's something that we can scale up and do in relation to justice arguments all around the world and gender justice globally.
I don't know how it is in contract law. Time goes so slowly, and gender justice discussions that go so quickly. Clearly, that's some sort of conspiracy. I mean, I think that I try and approach it. Obviously, we've been knocked off our feet. The speed of everything has been very discombobulating, and for some people, it has been devastating very early on. And so there has been a time for commiseration, and that time will continue. But I think there's now also a real time to strategize. And I always think that in every situation of disadvantage, there are advantages. So what are the advantages that this situation presents to us? I mean, I think the first advantage, which very clearly is we can see who our allies are. We can see who's kind of left on the playing field. And I think for me anyway, I found that there were far fewer people than expected. I work a lot in Syria, or at least I hope to continue working on Syria. And I think one of the things from the Syria convening was a sense of really a lot of people almost instrumentalizing gender to when it was a hot topic, when it was a word, and then now disappearing. Where I think that we have been, so that's one advantage. The second advantage is that it has really shown us where the weaknesses in our systems are, particularly around funding. Like, we clearly need to look and start focusing over time on building on more sustainable feminist funding networks, or feminist committed funding networks, and also looking at where we have gender justice committed advocates or ideologically committed advocates in senior positions that aren't going to all of a sudden drop in terms of over compliance or early compliance. That was, I think, for me, was quite shocking. So in terms of what we're doing well, I think where we have already excelled is we've already got quite good peer-to-peer networks, and we are developing, I think, apace strong networks of solidarity. Those often are informal, but are increasingly becoming formalized. What I do think we probably need to do in terms of going in a direction is, and this may be my personality, but in terms of like the art of war, like study your enemy. One of the things I've always been impressed at the American right was how they had a long-term plan around seeding even low levels of judicial branches with right-wing ideologues. And it was small, it was often local, it was things that people didn't notice, and it had a tremendous and very long-term impact, very difficult to uproot. I really strongly believe that there needs to be some form of mapping of positions that are coming up, whether it's special rapporteur positions who are particularly important because they have that level of independence, other things in organizations where people are being considered for positions in UN and positions in civil society. There needs to be some mapping of people with gender justice credentials and a movement of people slowly into positions of power so that we protect ourselves against this early compliance, so that we have greater institutional ability to fight back. And I do take Jack's point. I mean, the question of ideological purity, I think it's important to discuss. I wanted to surface it. There is no easy answer to it, because the challenge with ideological purity is that, yes, we need to move with one. There's solidarity, there's strength in numbers. But when it comes to compromising, it's often those who are among the most marginalized that are then also asked to do the most compromising. So it's not an easy discussion to have, but it plays out again and again in conversations around solidarity campaigns. So working out how that's going to work when the progressive wing has so many different priorities and so many different voices, often a common vision, but very different understandings of how to prioritize, how the steps one takes. Those are already difficult conversations, but I think at this stage they're probably necessary as we move forward. Thank you.
I'm really sorry, but I was told that we had to cut out the Q&As because you were late this morning. So it's not our fault, so we can't do it. But I just want to thank the brilliant panel. I think we've had a lot of really good firm suggestions as to what needs to happen, plus a lot of affirmative responses, I think, to make us think the art of the possible. Just to say, Hilary Charlesworth, as you probably know, is a judge at the ICJ. She came and gave a talk in Geneva on law, and she was challenged as to what's the point in the ICJ with no enforcement mechanisms. And she said that the point of law is it a solid line which guides us to where we should be. It's about justice, it's about the realization of rights and the arbitration between people and between nation states. It's not for the court to enforce that. Everybody has to enforce that, because law sits within a cultural, social, political, economic, and scientific environment. It's an architecture. And if we don't get that architecture right, we're left with law. We have to hang on to that in order to get us through into where we can start looking at those architectural changes that are needed. So what you were saying, Jack, about you start in the communities and bringing justice there is a way forward of actually building that movement. And one last thing is the idea of conferences, convenings, and everything else, bringing people from everywhere together means we're undermining the complete power of the states. It means that we are bonding under that radar screen. We're moving from a vertical stranglehold on our rights into one which is much more ours. And so we need to build on those so that we can actually create that architecture and have that change. So thank you very much, panel. Food for thought, much still to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madeleine, for guiding this brilliant panel indeed. I will ask the panelists to please step off the panel and then turn to Sam, Chloe, please, to join us, Emily and Thandi, to join us for our next panel. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Thandi. Well, please take a sip of water. Thank you very much. And please join me in welcoming our next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Thandiwe Matthews. I'm a South African human rights attorney, academic based at the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, as well as here at the ISS. And I'm also a member of the Legal Mobilization Platform hosted here at the ISS and co-host of this very timely conference. I'm privileged to be moderating and sharing this panel with colleagues who are committed to the fight against various forms of gender-based harm and the advancement of gender justice, and particularly seeking to bridge the gap between theory and practice. Before I move to introduce my esteemed colleagues, and very briefly as one strategy to promote solidarity in the international legal environment, the Legal Mobilization Platform seeks to network human rights lawyers, advocates, practitioners, and academics seeking to advance human rights globally. Our understanding of legal mobilization includes court-centered and rights-based advocacy outside of the courts, which challenges existing power structures and which therefore requires deliberate, bold, and innovative approaches. We aim to produce meaningful academic research and practice-based reflections to tackle systemic societal challenges and the accountability of states and private actors. We do so by coordinating actors across our platform, host reflections, support early career academics and practitioners, and sharing knowledge. The Legal Mobilization Platform embeds intersectionality rooted in critical reflexivity, both in theory and practice. In this sense, members of the platform are committed to engaging with each other and their work in a manner that is non-hierarchical, anti-patriarchal, and anti-racist. We also recognize the geographical imbalances and northern biases that currently shape the broader field of international law. Core to this approach is to promote inclusivity and, importantly, interdisciplinarity. We recognize that at the foundation of establishing a community of practice that is genuinely committed to the advancement of gender and social justice is to ensure cooperation between academic and advocacy partners. Our partners work across key thematic areas, including climate, racial, and socioeconomic justice, thus strengthening legal certainty, the rule of law, and ultimately systemic justice. Our projects include critical legal education and exploring the implications of protest under pressure in the context of the rise of autocratic regimes and democratic backsliding currently submerging the global north and south. Our partners are located predominantly in the global north, but seek to ensure that we engage meaningfully with our partners in the south, who carry the disproportionate impact of systemic human rights violations. Our partners include Amsterdam Law Clinics at the University of Amsterdam, Al Haq Center for Applied International Law, the Black Jacobins, Erasmus School of Law, European Implementation Network in Strasbourg, Greenpeace Netherlands, internationallawyers.org, International Commission of Jurists, Leiden University of Applied Sciences, Maastricht University, Friends of the Earth Netherlands, the Public Interest Litigation Project, Trans-Litigate Project at Tilburg Law School, and the Stop Ecocide Foundation. So now let me introduce you to my colleagues. First, I have Emily Kenny, Policy Specialist for Rule of Law and Transitional Justice at UN Women, and I hope that she will be sharing with us about the Gender Justice Platform in partnership with the UNDP. I've got Chloe Mani Basnaga, who's a team leader at the UN team of experts on the rule of law and sexual violence in conflict, who we hope will share about the team of experts, CSVR, network and community of practice. And then lastly, Samuel Emene, Executive Director of Justice Rapid Response, who will share the experience and insights of JR's work in supporting accountability and justice processes specialized in gender-based crimes. Just to also add that one of the key takeaways that we'd like to get from the session is how we can confront urgent challenges and build solidarity in advancing feminist, intersectional, and survivor-centered justice. So we warmly invite you to reflect on these values as we conduct this panel. Thank you. Yep, you first, okay. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, Thandi. It's a pleasure to meet you and to join this panel with Sam and Chloe. So I'm UN Women's Policy Specialist on Rule of Law and Transitional Justice, and I work at UN Women's headquarters in New York in our Peace, Security, and Resilience section. That's the section at UN Women that works on implementation of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda. I want to thank the organizers of this conference, especially Women's Initiatives and Law, for including UN Women as a co-organizer. UN Women has been able to provide stipends for a couple of survivors and grassroots activists who are joining us at this conference. The conversations that we're having here, I know it's been said before, but they should not be reserved for the privileged few. And so thank you to the conference organizers for prioritizing this spirit of inclusivity and feminist practice. And I'm so glad that UN Women could be a part of making sure that this conference is open and available to a broader group. So I've been invited to focus my remarks on the UN Women UNDP Gender Justice Platform, and I'm really excited to have the opportunity to do this because, as with many things inside and about the UN, we're often a bit opaque. Although I like to think we're improving, UN Women and UNDP just released our annual report for the Gender Justice Platform for 2024 a few weeks ago, so better late than never. But I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share more information about what the platform is, and perhaps also address some confusion that arises because the name of our platform is just so similar to the Gender Justice Practitioners Hub. So hopefully to address how we're different and what we do at UN Women and UNDP. So the Gender Justice Platform is a joint program of UN Women and UNDP, and it is part of UNDP's much larger global program on rule of law, security, and human rights. And effectively, the platform encompasses the work of both entities on all things rule of law and gender. So for UN Women, this is really pretty much our entire rule of law portfolio falls under the Gender Justice Platform. Thematically, the platform covers 4 outputs: legal aid, the reform of discriminatory laws. Somehow I'm missing. There we go. The reform of discriminatory laws, transitional justice, and support to gender responsive rule of law institutions. So the focus on discriminatory laws and legal aid really cuts across all contexts, development and conflict affected contexts, whereas our focus on rule of law and transitional justice is really focused on conflict. So the theme of this conference, gender and international criminal law, typically would fall under our transitional justice aspect of the Gender Justice Platform. So the Gender Justice Platform, across all 4 outputs and themes of our work, has what we call 3 strategic tools and ways that we work. The first is supporting institutions to provide gender responsive justice and security services. So this is really focused on support to duty bearers so that justice is more gender responsive. The second tool is working with women, survivors, women-led organizations to ensure that justice and security services are gender responsive. So this is really focused on duty bearers and empowering women, girls, LGBTI plus people as rights holders. Sorry, the second tool is focused on rights holders, not duty bearers. The first tool is duty bearers. The second tool is rights holders. The third tool is supporting international policy discourse and innovation on gender and the rule of law. So this tool is really focused on normative and policy development. So again, for example, this conference falls under our normative development tool. So what has the Gender Justice Platform done? We've been around since about 2020, this partnership between UN Women and UNDP. So in 2024, the platform supported 45 countries and territories to strengthen rule of law systems that advance rights and access to justice for women and girls. We did this through technical, financial, and policy support in collaboration with strategic partners from across the UN, including the UN team of experts, and external partners, including Justice Rapid Response. So it's really wonderful to be on this panel with both of those entities. And we also worked with a number of other external partners around the world, including a few in this room, Partners in Justice International and the Global Justice Center, to name a few. We reached almost 80,000 women and girls, 79,477 to be exact, with support to access formal and informal justice mechanisms at the country and regional level. And this includes survivors of conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence in Colombia, Kosovo, Kenya, Mali, the Philippines, and Ukraine. And we also supported 82 formal and informal justice institutions and worked directly with 640 investigators, prosecutors, and Transitional Justice Commission staff around the world to strengthen survivor-centered approaches and gender-responsive approaches to accountability. We also worked on a number of policy tools and resources, guides, et cetera, which is one of the focuses of this conference. So I just want to mention 3 of those, which are not maybe totally new to those in the room, but I think worth mentioning. The first is a report that we published last year with the Global Justice Center on documenting reproductive violence. The second is a report on women's meaningful participation in transitional justice with UNDP. And the third is a report on survivor-centered approaches to criminal justice, looking at the Sepper Zarco case in Guatemala, which we did with American University's War Crimes Research Office. So I encourage you to search for those tools online. And then we have a really exciting upcoming tool with Justice Rapid Response on intersectional approaches to investigations, which will be coming out shortly. I just want to close by touching on a point that Michelle raised in her remarks on gender and institutions, which is the UN at 80 process, which those of you who follow the UN will have heard about this, but it's a process of kind of looking at how the UN should be organized as it reaches 80 years old. And it's a pretty technical process, but I encourage you to watch it closely. It was just announced, I think the report came out 2 weeks ago, some of the big structural changes that this process will entail. And one of them is merging the gender units in DPPA and DPO, Department of Peacebuilding and Political Affairs and Department of Peace Operations. The gender units are being merged into one Women, Peace and Security Center of Excellence. And a question is whether this could mean an opportunity for reducing the size of those units now that they're combined into one. The report also mentioned a possible merge of UN Women and UNFPA. And so my ask to this group is, in this moment, as the UN is shifting, civil society does have a really important voice. We often think of it as a state-driven process, but UN Women exists because of the advocacy and activism of women's organizations. The UN exists because of the activism of women's organizations. WILPF was really an instrumental civil society movement back at the founding of the UN. So I really hope that we can count on those of you online and in the audience as supporters of the UN system and UN Women in this moment of change. Thanks.
Thanks, Emily. And hi, everyone. My name is Chloé Marnet-Bassanger. Yes, I know my name is a little difficult, but I'm very glad to be here. And it's a little bit imposing to be at the start of this conference. I think it would have been, easier to be at the end after we hear from those of you who really are in the trenches more than we are. So we're thankful for your attention at this particular moment because, the UN is this big kind of external thing. And as Emily just said, I think, we know where we get the strength of the movement, and it's from you. So we're really glad that we're able to be having discussions with you. So it's a privilege, really, and I'm glad to see a lot of familiar faces of human rights defenders, which is where I started my own career. So I'm very happy to see people I saw a long time ago, 20 years ago, in different places, and that we're still going strong in terms of both, women, gender, and discrimination issues. I think it's really in large part to thanks to events like this that provides us with the opportunity to maintain those connections and forge new ones, and to reflect on how we do that. I think what Madeleine mentioned about, how do we transform vision and words into action, into strategies? I think this is really the question right now. And how do we learn from past strategies, and how do we build tools and infrastructures so that it doesn't stay just as words? And this is definitely a great moment to be thinking about this. So I really want to thank the organizer of this conference, and acknowledge the contribution of the Gender Justice Practitioner Hub in putting those issues at the forefront at a moment where really it's absolutely critical that we ask ourselves those questions. And I think it's already making a difference that, we are able to, in this moment, and you said it this morning, last year the mood was probably a little cheerier. This year it's hard to go to work every morning, because we're all feeling it. And so the vibe in this room is really motivating. So thank you for that. And, I do want to mention what Emily says, which is, we're stronger together, and it's by working together that we're going to be making a difference. So I'm quite excited to be able to speak a little bit about the contribution that the United Nations team of experts on rule of law and sexual violence in conflict is trying to make, and particularly the new initiative, which we are trying to launch. It's taking longer than we had hoped, but it is nascent, which is the Prosecutor Network and Community of Practice for practitioners that are pursuing criminal accountability for conflict-related sexual violence. What I wanted to do with you today is share a few things about what it is we're trying to do, and reflect a bit on how this can help some of the questions that have been put out already this morning, and hopefully that will be put out for the rest of the conference, and how we can create in solidarity innovation that gender justice requires. So to just situate, the team of experts, as many of you know, is a team that was created by the Security Council 15 years ago in 2009 to assist member states. So we are a member state organization, so it's a different perspective than maybe the one we've heard so far, and the one we're going to hear also, in the next panels, to support the efforts of national authorities that are trying to push forward on gender justice, and particularly in our case on sexual violence in conflict and justice for sexual violence in conflict. So it's an interesting mechanism, because if you look at this moment, it's one of the only remaining impunity mechanism that is still mandated by the Security Council. That's not on a sunset clause. The ICTR and some of those impunity mechanisms, unfortunately, are being, all gradually dismantled. So there's very little impunity that's remaining within the Security Council as a focus, and this is one of the mechanisms that does that. So I think it's something that we need to hold on to, is what I'm trying to say, because there is not many opportunities, and this is one. And I think, this tool is there for us to be able to do something with it. So in the 15 years of work, one of our strengths has been to connect investigators, prosecutors, academic, and practitioners in the pursuit of justice for sexual crimes as international crimes. But what we've consistently seen is that while knowledge and expertise, and frankly, some progress has been achieved in the past decades, there has been siloed approach and fragmented approach, and those are not necessarily been mutually reinforcing because we're all running after time. And as somebody's mentioned this morning, it's hard to have the bandwidth to actually bring it together. So our challenge and what we feel we can bring is to ensure that this knowledge and this expertise is made available to those who work on conflict-related sexual violence at the practitioner level globally. We discussed that and those challenges last year in The Hague during the first conference of prosecutors. And out of that conference, which was supported by a lot of you and the Kingdom of the Netherlands and France and the United Kingdom, what we came out with was a call for having a more focused community that is looking at really how to enable the prosecution aspect and at the national level particularly. And I think it's quite important because I think we have, and this is maybe something we're seeing, we have focused in the past decades. I mean, I started my career in the 90s. We all believed that international justice was going to be where we were headed, and never really thought we would see the day where, member states were actually starting to disengage from the ICC. So I think it's interesting to see how, in a moment where international justice is being challenged, we can also look at other ways and other forms of justice and what national levels are doing. Because one of the things that I've learned working with human rights defenders is that at the national level, you always have those prosecutors, you always have those judges, you always have those lawyers that are trying to make their system work further for justice. And so how do we give those who are fighting at that level the tools that they need to go as far as they can within the context that they are, under the pressure that they are? And I think that's what we're trying to do with this new initiative that we're trying to put forward. So what does that entail? For us, there's two central pillars, and you'll see it fits quite neatly with what has been discussed this morning in terms of what the Gender Justice Hubs is trying to do, what Emily just mentioned in terms of what UN Women and UNDP are trying to do, and frankly also what JRR has tried to do as well. So we've got two big pillars in terms of what we are developing. One is a practice center, which is meant to be an online center for our practitioners, particularly prosecutors at this point, pursuing cases of CRSV, to access practice-oriented material, which has been developed by this community. So the team of experts, of course, us, but also everything that is out there that can be helpful to a prosecutor sitting in its national forum to actually move forward in terms of their own understanding of sexual violence, because that's what we focus on, as an international crime within their own domestic system. So the idea is for that to have a media library, a thematic practice paper, training materials, and a jurisprudence database, which will be hosted on the UNODC Sherlock case database that already exists. And this is something that will be that we're hoping to launch by the end of this year, maybe first quarter at the latest of next year. We discussed funding being an issue, so we're slower because we don't have all the resource we need, but we keep on chipping at it and we'll get to it. So 1 month ago, we convened 3 rounds of consultation with CRSV experts, including national prosecutors, to better understand their needs, to look at what search function they needed for that database, and how to structure it. And so we will have a pilot version available in November, which we expect to use as a basis for a second round of consultation. And by the time the database is launched next year, we expect to have about 50 cases already online. and it will be an incremental progress of having cases, and we count on all of the members of the prosecutors network to basically feed the database. It's a live tool that will be accessible to everyone. And the idea is learn from each other in terms of what has been done elsewhere. You mentioned Sepulsarco, definitely one of the emblematic cases that we look to in terms of how we construct cases. So that is the hope, is that it will cross-fertilize through jurisprudence into the different system. The second pillar is a website, which will be the knowledge exchange community. So it's a bit the same pillar that, Antonia mentioned this morning in terms of thinking. You've got tools, and then you've got an exchange peer-to-peer practice community, which will provide a secure forum accessible to the community members only, where you can exchange knowledge, seek advice, and participate in specialized training sessions and informational exchange. So, for example, later this year, we'll be convening with some of the members of the community of practice to present a number of practice papers, which we've edited as the team, which stem from experience that was harvested for last year's conference, and which are basically going to be very practical notes in terms of, for example, what kind of evidence do you look for if you're building a case on sexual violence? How has sexual violence as an international crime been interpreted in different jurisdictions, etc. So it's meant to be very practical, hands-on for those who are doing the work, because we do want, as we said, to have something that allows getting things to the action part, from the normative to the action part. And then there'll be online exchange and in-person exchange. And we are going to have our first regional conference, which is also based on a request made by prosecutors from Sub-Saharan Africa who are working on cases that are trans-border, to basically come together and be able to, of course, respecting the confidentiality of their own investigations, but, troubleshoot, brainstorm in terms of how they can enhance their own ongoing cases in the same region, which often include some of the same actors. So we're hoping to do this first or second quarter of next year. Maybe to finish, 3 features that make the community of practice a distinct kind of offering is, one, that the thematic focus is sexual violence. So it fits neatly in terms of a niche from the Gender Justice Hub, if you will, because we really are focusing only on sexual violence and conflict. The second is that it's really led by national prosecutors. So everything we do is really meant to respond to that particular need of national prosecutors. And then the third is that it's infrastructure heavy. And when I mean this is basically we're really trying to develop tools that stay. So it's not going to hinge on people only. It will be something that we hope can stay even if people change. And also that can be open source community based, so that it is fed by those who are actually doing the work. And we are cumulatively, it's not the team of experts doing it on its own and leading it on its own. It's really a collective open source community based aspect. So on that, I'll end to say that, from our perspective, we feel that this fits very well with some of the initiatives that, have been put forward, in the past year by Antonia, Michelle, and others, and also, our colleagues, and that, it's a question about how do we harvest all of those amazing ideas, because I think just already in the past 2 hours, we've heard so many different ideas. And I think one of the things that we need to do better at, and certainly myself included, is how do we bring that? I really like the question about purity of ideology. I'm a pragmatist. I have big ideas, but I'm a pragmatist in terms of how do we get some results, because otherwise we are really depressed by never really reaching the goal. So how do we get results, even if they're not perfect, but we advance what we're trying to get to without, of course, leaving people behind? And I'd really be looking at you all to figure out, how we can help, be a little piece of that puzzle. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Emone. I'm very happy to talk to you today. Is the microphone functioning? That's good. Super. So I'm the director of Justice Rapid Response, and I want to start with a small survey. I was curious to know, and feel free to raise your hand or not if you don't want to. How many people in the room are actually on the Justice Rapid Response roster? Can you just raise your hand? Marvelous, so that I can adjust my my description of what it is based on the knowledge of the audience, which is always good. So let me just tell you a few words. So all of you more or less have been either participating or leading or creating an investigation into international crimes and grave human rights violations. So all of you know that at some stage in that process, you will need a certain type of expertise that you miss: a forensic person, a gender advisor, an SGBV investigator, or a ballistician. And so we have been created like, what, 15 years ago to set up that roster of experts to which you can call upon to actually receive that expertise to support the work of your investigation. And so we are working with international and multilateral organizations, the ICC, the Human Rights Council mandated investigation, domestic courts in Colombia, in the Gambia, in Ukraine, and civil society organizations in many places. So what Michel said is very much resonating with us about no peace without justice, in the sense of the quality of the justice that is delivered is really key to be able to contribute to peace. And that's what we are really trying to push with the experts that we are deploying to support your work. We want to achieve a holistic, victim-centric, and inclusive approach to justice, one that takes into account gender, children, and that's very much what we are doing. And about gender, this has been a key feature of and a key priority for Justice Rapid Response from the very beginning. So what we have done, we have partnered with UN Women, and we have created a subsection of the roster that is dedicated with 250 experts plus about the investigation of sexual and gender-based violence. And this includes all the professions that you need to actually conduct your investigation: prosecution, investigation, forensic, psychosocial support, and everything. This part of the roster, like the bigger roster, is diverse geographically. We have people from all over the world that we can rapidly deploy to support your work. And so just a few examples. I was speaking recently to the coordinator of the fact-finding mission on the Democratic Republic of Congo, where we have deployed 2 gender experts to make sure that they start this investigation and implement it with a gender-sensitive approach. We have extensively worked with the Special Rapporteur on Afghanistan to make sure that this critical issue of the gender persecution was actually factored into the work that the Special Rapporteur was doing. We have worked with, I see Natia here, Yazda, working in support of the documentation project so that they have really credible evidence to support the cases in Germany, and with many other different courts, like in Colombia, for instance, where prosecutors have called upon the expertise of the roster to actually work in a gender-sensitive manner on many of the macro cases that they are working on. So that's what the sub roster is doing, and I can tell you that this is a pretty tough job to be on the GR roster expert as an expert, because not only do you have to fight internal barriers to actually mainstream gender into the investigation, convincing your colleagues that it's a good idea to not consider the gender expert as the gender guy who is going to do it, but to actually work across the investigation with that. Sometimes you have even to convince your leadership at the investigation that it's a good idea to go with a gender-sensitive approach. And all the external work that you have to do to convince people that it's the only way to go about justice and accountability. And so it's a tough job, and very early on, the people on that sub-roster and the roster in general have called for connection. We want to talk to each other, we want to help each other, we would like to know how you approach that very complicated situation, both in terms of the structure of the investigation, but simply also the work of the experts. And so there are a few things that we have done with the limited means we have to actually bring this community together. And we have been very proud to do this also with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and UN Women. And we have created the community of practice of gender experts. And so that community of practice is defined as the persons or the experts on the roster who have been for the last 3-4 years deployed to UN human rights investigations. And we bring them together in person. The last time I think was last year in May, like a physical meeting. And every 2 or 3 months, we have a checkpoint online on specific topics that are actually defined by the experts themselves, who come from a very varied pool of of people. Just to give you examples of topics that the experts themselves said we need more about. We need to understand how we go and investigate with an intersectional approach. We need to understand how to investigate violence against reproductive rights. We need to understand better what is gender persecution, what is gender apartheid. And these are requests that are coming from practitioners, right? They really know what they need in terms of pushing their investigation forward. And so this community of practice is great. And one of the key topics that came up in May last year was intersectional approach to investigation. So together with UN Women, we have worked with the practitioner on the roster to develop an intersectional guidance on how to go about that investigation with an intersectional approach. That guidance, very exciting, is going to be probably published sometimes between now and the end of the year. And we are planning to also outreach to the whole roster of 700 experts about what's the outcome of this guidance, how can you use it. So yes, another 3 minutes, another 2 minutes, that's great. So I mentioned the community of practice. Now let me tell you about the challenges and the limits that we have. So we are animating the gender expert community of practice with UN Women and OHCHR, and that is great. But there is probably more that can be done because we have 750 experts on the roster, 250 are belonging to the gender expert group, and there is potentially more connection and community work that we could do with those groups. And I see the Gender Justice Hub as one of the key partners to actually find new initiatives, find new partners, and maybe use the roster even more than what we are doing today, which is already very intensive. We are deploying about, 100 deployments every year, so it's already a lot of work, but maybe there is potential for more. So thank you for inviting us to present the JAR roster. The great thing is that we have Federica in the room that is there, my colleague, who is very much the engineer behind the roster and the partnership with UN Women. So if you want to know how you access the expertise, what are the criteria that we are looking at to deploy it, and how does that work, please don't hesitate, come to me and Federica, who is here, who will tell you all the detail about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the esteemed panel. I know we are behind time, and I think we can have a lot of networking during our lunchtime. I just have a very quick question to close the session. It has to do with decoloniality in practice. We speak a lot about intersectionality. We speak about praxis and what that means to disrupt relation of power. I'm an African, and as someone who comes from a jurisdiction that is currently shaping international law norms and not just simply implementing it, I wanted to find out from those of you in the North, in these very big, powerful institutions, what these dynamics mean in practice as you talk about, operationalizing your tools, how it is that you envelop information into shaping priorities. Intersectionality is often critiqued for kind of just extending a liberal discourse of representation and not really influencing the shaping of priorities. So what does that mean for you now in this kind of new world order that we find ourselves entering into? Thank you. Emily, we can start with you.
Well, that's an easy question to lead us into lunch. What does decoloniality look like in practice inside the UN and inside UN Women? And I think I'll take the latter approach. What does it look like inside UN Women? Because it's just a simpler way to approach it. Yeah, I mean, the UN itself is a deeply hierarchical and patriarchal and colonial institution. And at UN Women, we try to have a feminist ethos and approach, which I think is deeply intertwined with a decolonial approach and an intersectional approach. And this means really being led in our work by our 80+ country offices around the world, which are largely staffed with national staff. So instead of always being led from New York and our executive leadership team and folks like me, really taking our direction and the emphasis of our work and also our strategic plan, UN Women's strategic plan for 2026 to 2029 was just approved, taking that from the work of our country offices and our colleagues in country offices. In my work personally, it means being available and responsive and shaping UN Women's programs and policies on transitional justice and rule of law based on the needs that come to me from the colleagues in country offices and their extremely close relationships with women's civil society organizations. I think UN Women's, to me, our greatest added value in the UN system is that we are driven by the women's movement, by feminist, women-led organizations at the grassroots up to the international level in our work. And that means that we're accountable to those organizations much more than any other part of the UN system. And I think that's really what makes us strong and drives us to always seek to improve our decolonial approach, which I have to also admit, coming from the UN and the structures that we're set up with, it does mean that we are always having to fight against that colonial structure that we're given. But yeah, I think at UN Women, our relationship to the women's movement is what always pushes us in a progressive direction. Thanks.
Yeah, good luck. I'm going to second what you said, because I do think that UN Women is a bit of a special animal within the United Nations system, and one that definitely needs to be protected. And I also don't think it's completely innocuous that it's one of the ones that is currently being particularly targeted. So, call on everyone to really, we know the UN sometimes looks like it's not really doing much for people on the ground. I've been working in this organization for 20 years. I did a few NGO stints before. I think we're very bad at communicating what we do, but there are things that are quite important, and it's an important relay. So it's part of the bigger puzzle, and I do think that, it's worth defending UN Women in this current moment. Now, turning to maybe, an even thornier question, because as I said, where I work is part of the Security Council, which has got to be the epitome of of some of those difficult questions you asked. So I think I think what we can say is it's not working, or at least it's not working the way that we wish, from this room it would be working. And I think we're observing, in fact, a complete backlash to all of what we're discussing, and a reassertion of patriarchal values and, dominance values. Somebody talked about that this morning. And the Security Council, I think, is one of the locus of where this is expressed very clearly. So I think this is also why I led in what I said to say it's kind of interesting that there's still this UN team of experts on sexual violence and conflict that's still mandated by the Security Council. How long we stay, I don't know. But I think those are some of the really key things that need to be preserved in the system, even if we feel that they're not where they need to be. Because if they're not there, then it's really basically going to go completely down the drain. And so I think at the moment, what we are trying to do as part of that is really to hold on very tight to the norm that was established by the mandate on sexual violence and conflict, and, the justice bit as well, that these are drivers of conflict. So the hard security issues, let's not go back to basically the hard security issues understood as patriarchal hard securities issue, because we know that doesn't work. We've been down that road before. And that's basically where we're really hanging on. But it's going to take all of us and more of us to really make that message not be silenced, because right now that's the risk, and we're seeing it.
Thank you.
A very sort of practical response to that question. So on our side, I think we are putting, even though we are based in Geneva, we have a very strong emphasis on making sure that we keep a diverse pool of experts coming from all regions of the world. And what we have seen is very powerful is if we can use experts who have experienced themselves transition and conflict to work with their peer in situations that are also affected by transition and conflict. This connection is very powerful. And this way of promoting the expertise of people who have themselves experienced hardship and violations is something that we would like to push even more. And that's my short and practical answer to your complicated question.
Thank you so much for the session. I think we were the last panel before you meet your belly in lunch. But yes, we can then have more discussions socially over lunchtime. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you very much, Sandy, for facilitating such an excellent panel. Indeed, we're breaking for lunch, so please make your way to the atrium where we will have a nice, modest Dutch lunch for you ready. And we will be back here to start sharp at 1:45. So if I can help ask you to help us start back on time. And also, dear colleagues, if you do not want to be photographed, please make your way to one of my colleagues with one of these colored lanyards so that they can single you out and you don't be photographed. Thank you. Grab this. Welcome back, dear friends. I hope you enjoyed our Dutch little lunch. Although the lines were a little bit long, we'll make sure to address that for tomorrow. So as the rest of the colleagues are coming back down, let me welcome you back for our afternoon sessions. Also the colleagues online, it's very good to have you. And turn to the moderator for our next panel, Lina. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I mean, everyone has said this, so I'm just going to repeat it. It's a pleasure, but mostly a privilege to be here today with all of you in the room and those online. And just to echo something that Sarita said about younger generations, I see a lot of young faces, and yeah, it just, I'm really happy about that, and I hope that you will engage. This panel is going to try to have a few minutes at the end for Q&A, so feel free to ask questions. I'll do a brief introduction to the topic. You all know what it is. It's there on the screen. And then I'll pass on to the panelists. So if you bear with me about what is gender analysis, I'm a lawyer by training, but I really think I'm a better analyst than I am a lawyer. And gender analysis is about understanding gender roles and gender norms and how that influences the experiences, the needs that men, women, boys, and girls have throughout their lifetimes. I'm sorry to point out the obvious, but I do want to make sure that we're not just talking about women. And what does that mean when there's civil unrest, when there's atrocities and during war? I think it's important to see how gender shapes three aspects of our work. The first one is the motives behind the atrocities. The second is how gender influences the methods and the tactics used during wartime. And thirdly, the impact, the gender impact of those atrocities. So very quickly on motives. As a senior prosecutor once told me, motive is not an element of the crime, right? You don't need the motive to prove the crime. However, if you really want to do good case building and explain why something happened, you should know why the person did it. And I'm quite obsessed, those who have worked with me, I'm quite obsessed about the why. And the why is the motive. In the context of sexual violence, why does it happen? Why do the patterns change? What is its link to other crimes? How does it evolve over time? Now about methods and tactics. There's lots of crimes that we don't think about as being relevant for gender practitioners. When I was working on Syria, we investigated a lot of airstrikes by the Syrian government and by Russian forces. But there's a huge gender element to that. One of them is, of course, that, to my knowledge, everyone in the Syrian Air Force was male. And many of those airstrikes were on markets and bakeries. And so that meant most of the victims were male, because at that point, women were not going out of the house as much. So there is an element there. I also, going back to women and girls, want to mention, and Pamela is also going to talk about this, how there's so much focus on sexual violence that sometimes we forget about other aspects that affect them. When I worked at the ICC in the Lord's Resistance Army investigation, the LRA abducted many people, adults and children, and the boys were used exclusively as child soldiers, and the girls were used as child soldiers, trained as such, and combatants, and sexually enslaved. So they had a dual purpose for the group. When I worked in UNITAD investigating ISIS crimes and the enslavement of Yazidi women and girls, while many of them were forced to perform domestic chores, it was clear their main value was of a sexual nature. So there's commonalities, but saying there's sexual violence, it varies. And I think it was Michelle who said it this morning. We have to look at the context and at the ideology and the purpose that the perpetrators have in mind. And finally, just very quickly, we've mentioned women, girls. I mentioned Yazidis. I mentioned the LRA, which are the Acholis. A lot of people today already mentioned intersectionality, how largely the crimes the victim is affected depends on their gender, on their age, the ethnic or religious group, or the politics they belong to. And so that's something that our panelists are also going to be touching upon. Finally, on impact, the importance of gender impact. I want to talk about when conflicts are over? What is the impact, the gendered impact on the victims after that? And what I've seen very often, and all of you who have worked in this field have, is that very often people end up as refugees or as IDPs. And to quote something that we often see in UN reports, you are more vulnerable in those conditions. All you have to protect you from everyone else in the camp is a tent. And we're talking about populations who were subjected to violence for years. And so that violence doesn't just go away. You see increased rates of domestic violence afterwards that disproportionately impact women and children, boys and girls. So this is my introduction, and I pass on to Pamela, who's going to be speaking about gender analysis in more detail.
Hello. Maybe I think it should be on. Test. Yes. Okay. You're welcome for this session. I don't want to mention time because I don't come from here. I might be at the wrong time clock, but I come from Uganda. My name is Pamela Ngwej. I work with Gulo Women, Economic Development and Globalization. In this conversation, I want to bring to you survivors' lived experience, and also to talk about gender analysis from the perspective of accountability, but bring also the work of the court, of the ICC. And just to give you an example how the feminist women leaders in Uganda collected themselves to give a validation and ensure that gender accountability is promoted. My chair already mentioned why gender analysis. I just want to say my conversation will focus on how gender analysis and accountability changes what we investigate. Who is seen as a victim or perpetrator? How we collect this evidence, and what remedies are needed. Without gender analysis and accountability, often it misses out issue, especially sexual and gender-based violence. And so I want to emphasize, knowing that this is a practitioner platform, that why gender analysis matters, especially for gender accountability. I think that it reveals exclusion and inequality, and that's why it matters. It shows how women and marginalized groups, they face discrimination and exclusion from justice system, how it prevents accountability mechanism for reinforcing inequality, but it also makes invisible harms visible. And that's why we emphasize in bringing this, especially sexual and gender-based violence. It has certain elements that can be left out around unpaid care work and economic marginalization. It ensures that these harms are recognized as part of justice processes. It also exposes the pattern of harm. It reveals how violence targets people differently. And also it shapes legal charges, enable courts to classify rape, sexual violence, sexual slavery, and forced pregnancy as crimes against humanity, torture, and even genocide. It expands who can be prosecuted on what ground. If you follow the ICC prosecution mandate, it has certain element of counts of sexual violence. It strengthens investigation of evidence and improves survivor-centered centered approach, but also it informs witness protection, medical and psychosocial support, and livelihood remedies. It supports prevention and peace building. I was listening to the UN speaking, and I knew that the women, peace, and security agenda is part of the process. It elevates survivor voices and advances comprehensive charges, especially charges around rape, sexual slavery, forced pregnancy, forced marriages, explicitly rather than hiding them under generic crime. It acknowledges social and cultural harm and also design transformative reparation. So bottom line, gender analysis has moved sexual and gender-based crime from the margins to the core of international criminal law. It makes accountability and system inclusive, survivor-centered, and transformative. For practitioners, the processes of integrating gender analysis in accountability takes a lot of steps. I might not mention all, but you need to look at the context and power relations in an environment where you work. Who are the people holding decision-making within justice and accountability? You need to look at access and participation, especially ensure women, girls, and gender minorities can meaningfully access court, commissions, and complaint system. It also removes barriers such as cost, language, stigma, fear through legal aid, translation, safe spaces, and community outreach. But also recognition of gendered harm I talk about, but also I want to emphasize on data and evidence collection. Data collection must be disaggregated by sex, age, disability, displacement, ethnicity to capture diverse experiences. We must document survivors' testimony and safety and also ensure that institutional responsiveness is embedded into the team. In this, our learning from Northern Uganda, we had to work with investigation team from the ICC, but also mainstream the UN mechanism at national prosecutor level, but to guide evidence collection, witness protection, and charges drafting. I must say this process is quite important. Right now, what is happening in Northern Uganda due to decision order for Dominic Ongwen case, the VPRIs are now collecting data and registering people for reparation. But also you could see how gender is playing, especially the analysis of crimes on women, and why VPRIs give you different checklists for who should be compensated. Now, prioritization and legal strategy. I want to mention that prioritizing cases that reveal systemic pattern and command responsibility, not just individual perpetrators, but to deter sexual and gender-based violence tactic is important. We need to draw on existing the different jurisprudence, like the issues in Northern Uganda, but also the Bemba cases. But UN Women Peace and Security National Action Plan and UN Security Council resolution also add value and require also regular reporting on conflict-related sexual violence and timely judicial referrals. Now, reparations. Reparations and survivor-centered justice is essential. How do we guarantee survivor-centered reparation as part of judgment, ensuring access to medical, psychosocial, and livelihood support, recognizing that children born of war, rape, and widow of indifferent victims are distinct as right holders entitled to reparation? I want to thank the feminist lawyers in this house who were in New York, and the fact that what they prepared as a presentation to the ICC to make sure that reparation and decision order for Dominic Ongwen, that the women who were victims were supposed to be reparated separately from their children. Because children born of war and rape, in our situation, they have grown-up men right now, 27 years and 25 years. And yet they were supposed to get reparation through their mothers, which was essentially wrong. And I want to appreciate the feminist lawyers who work on this paper and push the ICC to acknowledge that children born of rape and war shall be reparated separately from their mother. Monitoring outcome and impact is essential. And how is this connected to the Dominic Ongwen case in our context? I would only give a little bit lesson for this. In terms of context and power relation, we learned that women and girls were disappropriately targeted. They were targeted, abducted, and suffered from forced marriages and sexual slavery. It was a target. And so, patriarchal structures and stigma which silence survivors' voices had to be dealt with. How do we learn in terms of this? ICL can learn that accountability must address both conflict-related abuses and community-level stigma. When I talk about access and participation, barriers such as illiteracy, poverty, stigma, and insecurity usually limited women's access, including their voices. But the positive step that was brought by the ICC allowed collective victim participation through legal representation. How do we learn this lesson? Representation is important, but true access requires addressing other gaps around transportation and protection. And this, I also want to appreciate the feminist working group, the ICL team, for supporting survivors to fly them to The Hague until the processes was complete. Remember, our case took 11 years, and this is a lot of cost, I would imagine. Now, in terms of data and evidence, survivors' testimony expose systemic GBV pattern. And when I talk about survivors' testimony, I want us to note survivors' lived experience. The survivors in northern Uganda, on my side, I call them survivors expert, because they understand what they've gone through the war and they can speak about women lived experience, especially when they were targeted and suffered from sexual and gender-based violence. Some of the key elements also in the prosecution of Dominic Ongwen is the first time the ICC recognized forced marriages, forced pregnancy, rape, sexual slavery, and as distinct crime, as not incidental or secondary crime. This was the first ICC judgment to convict for forced pregnancy. And this gives legal weight to reproductive violence as both are war crimes and crimes against humanity. I have only 2 minutes, but I want to talk about intersectionality, just to go through what was said, that many crimes involved different situations, abducted girls who suffered double victimization, and they have children forced into combat. And as that, the girls are suspected and they became sexual. This should be, thank you. Yeah. It's just. So for those who suffered sexual violence, there were also many crimes involved. And victim-centered evidence and participation is essential. I thought as I'm wrapping up, I would also mention this. And reparation packages is also supposed to take care of psychosocial, economic, and reproductive harm. And the practice for ICL is that victims must be integrated as active agent in justice processes with reparation design to restore dignity, livelihood, and community belonging. And I want to emphasize dignity. As long as we cannot see dignity in the processes, I think it is not a gendered reparative support. How the Women Peace Security Framework strengthen gender analysis and accountability? I would say that it emphasizes survivor-centered justice. Women, peace, and security emphasizes participation, reparation, and holistic remedy, moving accountability beyond prosecution toward restoring dignity. And finally, it is transformative, and accountability has to be seen. By operationalizing UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and 1820, the Ongwen case demonstrates how women peace security principles can derive gender-sensitive prosecution and challenge narrow narratives and ensure impunity for sexual and gender-based violence is addressed at the highest level. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I'll be speaking about our work in the situation of Syria. And Michelle already introduced our organization this morning, the IIIM for Syria. First time. The Caesar photos document thousands of detainees tortured and killed in Syrian detention centers between 2011 and 2013. The release of the photos stunned the world, showing in graphic detail the Assad regime's meticulous documentation of torture. Justice advocates and prosecutors immediately understood their importance as evidence of atrocity crimes, as did the IIIM, which collected and preserved this evidence and forensic medical reports analyzing them, and has continued building on this evidence as part of its structural investigation. The Caesar photos also form a central part of the IIIM's analysis of torture and inhumane treatment, reflected in its report on Assad regime detention crimes, which I'll discuss in a few moments. But the Caesar photos don't tell the whole story. Only one female victim was pictured among more than 6,800 photographed detainees. The photos and medical forensic analysis show the systematic nature of physical torture and inhumane treatment of detainees who died in custody, but they do not reflect the extreme psychological torture endured by many of those victims or those who were held with them. They don't reveal sexual violence, children born in detention, or the separation of families. We can't tell from the photos why the victims were targeted and mistreated in such horrific ways. We don't see the legacy of detention for those who survived, oppressed by stigma, rejected by families, expelled from jobs and school, or extorted and displaced. The photos alone don't show the persisting anguish felt by surviving family members, those who eventually learned of the deaths of their children, husbands, fathers, and brothers through the photographs, or the pain and uncertainty still felt by thousands of family members searching for truth to this day. A gender analysis and victim survivor-centered approach prompt us to ask questions and seek information from sources that can provide a more inclusive and comprehensive account of international crimes, beyond mass torture and murder, to include gender-based violence, psychological harm, discriminatory targeting, and enforced disappearance. To help make the case for why gender analysis matters in accountability, I'll address the IIIM's approach through its development of policies, tools, and implementation. I'll focus on one aspect of this, our analytical work product, with a concrete example arising out of the scenario just described. The IIIM's mandate is to collect, preserve, analyze, and share evidence to support justice proceedings. As part of its commitment to promote inclusive justice, the IIIM seeks to integrate gender in all aspects of its work. A comprehensive framework for gender analysis is set out in the IIIM's gender strategy and implementation plan, key aspects of its victim survivor-centered approach. To support sustained implementation, the IIIM developed an internal tool for gender analysis to help team members apply a gender lens through the various phases of an analytical project, from initial contextual framing to assessing current evidence, identifying operational barriers and solutions, addressing gaps through investigations, which Bridget will speak about, disaggregating data, and incorporating results into the final analysis of a project. This checklist was later expanded to include aspects of our victim survivor-centered approach and strategies on children and youth and broader justice objectives. And a public version of this tool, the Inclusive Justice Checklist, has been uploaded onto the conference app, and we welcome your engagement on it. I'll walk you briefly through how we applied the checklist in one of our analytical reports on detention crimes. In mid-2024, the IIIM completed an analytical report entitled "The Syrian Government Detention System as a Tool of Violent Repression." The report was prepared as part of the IIIM's work to support current and future justice opportunities for core international crimes. It's been shared with parties for purposes of the ICJ case against the Syrian government for violations of the Torture Convention, with multiple national jurisdictions. And in December, a redacted version was made publicly available for victims and survivors to access in support of their claims. The report analyzes the widespread systematic commission of torture, ill treatment, and related violations across more than 100 detention facilities by entities of the former Syrian government. It addresses their roles in the crimes and the functioning of the detention system, drawing on over 300 interviews with detention survivors, the Caesar files, medical forensic evidence, the Syrian government's own government documentation, expert reports, and an extensive body of other evidence collected pursuant to the IIIM's mandate. The IIIM applied a gender lens from the outset of the project, using the Inclusive Justice Checklist as a tool. For example, we identified areas of importance to victims and survivors through our consultations with them, took proactive steps to fill gaps and address blind spots. From the initial contextual framing, we noted that after the acquittal in a national case for sexual violence during strip searches of female detainees, we focused on analyzing witness accounts to include further information showing that many searches of the women went far beyond the scope of a lawfully conducted search and included searches of female detainees by male guards and the prolonged forced nudity of male detainees, often in conjunction with other violent offenses. With UN Women's support, the IIIM retained a gender expert with experience working with Syrian survivors to perform a gender analysis of the Syrian prison system. This unpacked issues arising in the witness accounts and helped us better understand the gendered harms in the Syrian context, including discriminatory societal norms. And this concretely led to a deeper focus on dehumanizing comments, their impact, and the words and conduct of perpetrators when committing violations, which is relevant to proving intent to commit crimes, and their intersectional discriminatory purposes. From the IIIM's engagement with victims and survivors, and particularly women, we learned of the crucial importance of including enforced disappearance in our work. The integration of gender and the application of the checklist allowed us to bring visibility to a fuller range of victim and survivor experiences, perspectives, and harms in the overall analysis in the report. For example, we disaggregated the interview records of former detainees by sex and age and captured intersectional characteristics to ensure representative accounts from witnesses. And we analyzed the different aspects of the prevalence of harms against them. We examined the discriminatory targeting of certain groups during arrest, mistreatment and detention, during violent interrogations, and in court. We showed how detainees have been targeted and discriminated against on intersecting grounds based on their real and perceived political affiliation, religious identities, gender, age, and places of origin. We obtained reports from Syrian experts analyzing hundreds of forensic medical evaluations of former detainees that included sexual violence and psychological harms beyond the scope of the Caesar photographs and related forensic reports, and an expert analyzing the psychological harm to hundreds of family members of disappeared persons. We analyzed the long-term impact of violations on torture survivors, including their gendered impact following release from detention, relevant to showing the gravity of crimes and reparations. Building on the crucial evidence of thousands of tortured bodies displayed in the Caesar photographs, this evidence and analysis shows the extent of devastation to male and female victims and survivors of detention and the overall impact on their communities. This demonstrates why gender analysis matters to promote inclusive and comprehensive accountability and contribute to sustainable peace in Syria.
Thank you. I'm going to speak very practically about centering gender in investigations with an example of how I went about trying to include gender in a more meaningful way in my investigations at the IIIM, working on investigating crimes committed by ISIL. What I mean by centering gender is how to include women's voices as survivors, but also as witnesses and sources of evidence for all international crimes, not just sexual and gender-based violence. So first of all, what is the problem? So in my experience of the reality of what happens in investigations is, in spite of best intentions, gender easily becomes an afterthought. There's so much evidence coming at an investigator from different sources, for example, interview statements, investigation reports collected by other actors, and the majority of it is from male-led civil society organizations who've done incredibly important work, but the majority of their work is often about what happened to male victims and survivors of international crimes. And this misses not only women as victims and survivors themselves, but also as important witnesses to the crimes in their own right. So for an example, on an investigation I worked on at the IIIM about the use of child soldiers by ISIL, the initial focus of the team related to gender took the form of looking for evidence about girls who'd been recruited and trained by ISIL, which we didn't find in any substantial way. And so then the investigation went back to collecting evidence about young men and boys only. But we realized evidence from women was still very important because they were the mothers, the sisters, the teachers, the rescuers of these boys. And this evidence from these women wasn't surfacing in the course of our investigations organically. And in order to get that evidence, I found that we had to put down our investigation. It was sort of the main investigation, and develop these sources who could lead us to female witnesses. And so it wasn't integrated from the beginning. And what I learned from this is that it's so easy to get swamped by the evidence and leads coming your way as an investigator, and that therefore women become an afterthought unless it's integrated from the very beginning. So how to do things differently? So having someone dedicated to working on gendered aspects of the investigation and using tools like the checklist that Nadja's just described helps to center and integrate gender into investigations. For example, on an investigation about security detention by ISIL, we first tried to identify the gaps. And we looked in our database of the evidence we already had that had been documented by other actors. And we found there were 19 witness statements or records which had sufficient information about women out of a collection of hundreds of records. And when I went back to look at my list of sources that helped me with investigations, I found that of around 80, only 14 of these sources were female. So the first thing I set out to do was to increase that number of female sources relevant to the investigation. And to do this, I began to ask my established sources that I already spoke with, who were predominantly male. I started to ask them for contacts of 3 female colleagues, because in spite of numerous interactions with these organizations, their female staff were not normally put forward to me as representatives when I'd first approached them for a meeting. I was only put in touch with female colleagues after explicitly asking to be connected to them. Some of the men could easily give me these 3 names. Others became slightly embarrassed as they tried to think about them. But in the end, many gave me useful contacts, and this strategy had an immediate effect. Also, a very simple thing, I simply kept a separate spreadsheet of all the female sources and witnesses, separate from my general spreadsheet, which just meant that when the investigation team met, we gave equal weight to this part of the investigation. We were constantly discussing both sides of the investigation and prioritizing. And similarly, in all team meetings, we had updates every time on the gender aspect of the investigation. And this meant that the issues were something to be considered by the whole team throughout their work, be it analysis, investigation, or legal research. So in particular, I coordinated with the analysts closely who carried out a very early on a gender-specific review of the evidence that we already had and that was being collected. And this was really crucial to me understanding the gaps in the investigation and informing my conversations with sources and potential witnesses. And what were the results of integrating gender early on? So in the first few months, I doubled the number of female sources I had. These included female activists, journalists, lawyers, documenters, and psychosocial support workers, previously unknown to the team. I also started to have important conversations with the community of Syrian women about some of the issues of collecting evidence and witness statements from women, and more generally about the situation for women in Syria in the aftermath of the crimes we were investigating. And this meant, as an investigator, I understood the barriers and structural issues better. And then, more concretely for the investigation, I gained a much more nuanced understanding of the crimes committed against women, including distinct differences in why women were targeted for detention by ISIL, the treatment of the women once they were detained, locations of detention sites where women were held, and I also identified a number of individual cases of women who were detained to investigate further, as well as persons of interest involved in the detention of women. So lots of substantial evidence leads. And then in terms of what problems still remain, it's one thing to identify potential leads and witnesses, but there's still many barriers to speaking to women and having them give evidence about crimes committed. And understanding this is crucial to think about how we're going to overcome barriers such as stigma and shame. Talking about detention and its implied sexual violence is still a huge issue. It's also potentially dangerous. I heard of stories of women who spoke out who were then completely shunned by their communities. So finding a way to interview women safely is crucial. And we need to rethink how we do things. Our interview model and practices might not be safe for women, for example, having to travel to meet investigators. And then I learned really of an ongoing issues with male-dominated civil society, who are the main documenters and collectors of evidence and providers of potential witnesses to organizations such as the AAAM. In this process, women spoke to me of their experiences of speaking to local civil society organizations about their detention, of it not feeling safe, of being unsure what would happen to their information, and of an attitude that if you weren't raped, they weren't interested. And I encountered some of these attitudes myself. I had one source tell me that women were not detained by the security branch of ISIL at all. I had another say that no women were detained were subject to rape. And I found these outright denials of the experiences of women to be an indicator of how some of the men working on documenting international crimes might be approaching the work of documenting crimes against women. So still a lot of work to do. But just moving forward, the three things I learned from doing this was that it was crucial to devote time and dedicated resources to the investigation team to work on gender-related aspects of the investigation. For all the above-mentioned reasons, this evidence takes much longer to gather and benefits greatly from someone concentrating solely on these issues to make progress. Without the focus of an investigator, potential leads for evidence are missed, and then this in turn reinforces the lack of information seen in the materials shared by civil society and any final outcomes of the investigation. And then another thing that seems very important to me is just awareness raising about the crimes you're investigating, to keep speaking about it. I, as an investigator, can play a small part in overcoming that stigma and attitude to the crimes against women. The conversations I had with civil society were important to show that the international community considers evidence from female survivors and witnesses to crimes to be equally important to the evidence from men. If institutions like the AAAM are regularly asking for this evidence from civil society, then the message starts to get across that we need it to be collected in the first place. It's important to be bringing men into the conversation too. Issues of language seem to be very important to me in this, especially around using the language of victims and survivors, specifically for women who are married to members of ISIL. often not thought of this way, but people who joined ISIL, who are members of ISIL themselves, and have been considered less worthy of attention by documenters because of this. And then finally, how important it was for me to take the time to build better connections to female members of civil society. I connected to many Syrian women working on accountability for international crimes in this process, and they were always there, but I needed to take these extra steps to be connected to them because of all the structural issues I've been talking about. These were young women who lived through ISIL, had to give up their education, and now are emerging as leaders in civil society. And these are the women we should be investing our time and resources in and working with them on capacity building, because they are the key to successful investigations related to gender.
Thank you, Catherine, and thanks to the organizers for including me. I feel like I'm on an enviable job here because I'm talking about WPS and international criminal law to audiences that respectively know much more than me about each of those things. So I'm going to try to find a niche here on the intersection of these two sets of norms and rules. Part of the challenge, I think, in talking about WPS is that it does, women, peace and security, is that it means sort of lots of things. It means different things to different people depending on your particular institutional space or area of civil society activity. So I'm going to just say at the outset, I'm particularly focused here on the narrowest possible definition of women, peace and security, which is how it is defined by relevant resolutions of the UN Security Council. Really the narrowest and most elite-driven definition. I will say something very briefly at the end about wider ways of understanding WPS. So again, I suspect people do know this. There are, in terms of origins of women, peace and security at the UN Security Council, there's quite important overlaps and connections with sort of broader gender development, particularly in international criminal law, activism around in the 1990s that led to certain provisions of the Rome Statute. Lots of that activism was also involved in trying to drive change at the UN Security Council to influence how the Council defined security at the heart of its work. And these connections were practical in terms of overlapping kind of social movements. And they've also influenced, I think, the interpretation of security in both spaces. So the Women, Peace and Security agenda, as we understand it from the UN Security Council, sits really with a number of other normative thematic agendas at the Council that all owe their origins to this sort of 1999-2000 period, where we have a civilian protection agenda, a children in armed conflict agenda, and then in 2000, the Women, Peace and Security agenda. And I want to just sort of dwell on those kind of shared origins of women, peace and security and gender in international criminal law to say that if there is now perhaps a parting of ways between those things, actually that's a newer development, right? That wasn't actually these two agendas have very much shared origins. And just to say a little bit then about the initial resolution of the Security Council on Women, Peace and Security in 2000, 1325 calls for the participation of women throughout all elements of conflict resolution and peace building. It's very much a sort of normative resolution. It encourages the international community, the UN itself and member states to ensure women's participation throughout those processes. It is pretty weak on implementation or enforcement, even monitoring. So subsequently then we get 9 further resolutions in Women, Peace and Security, where we see very much an emphasis on trying to implement those initial normative commitments. And there's 2 real sort of clear trends within those resolutions. One is the emphasis on women's participation, and the second is and increasing institutional infrastructure around accountability for sexual violence and armed conflict. Okay? So this is the obvious place, I suppose, of intersection with gender and international criminal law. So whilst in theory, the WPS resolutions should intersect with international criminal law in two important ways. Firstly, the Security Council in all of its activity on international criminal law. So for example, referrals and deferrals to the ICC in establishing ad hoc tribunals, you know, all of those sort of activities should be cognizant of WPS commitments. And I'll say a bit about the extent to which that's the case. But secondly, and I think what's probably of more practical relevance is the WPS resolutions themselves create a whole sort of infrastructure and institutional activity that have implications for international criminal law. And I wanted to say a little bit more about those in particular. Of particular interest to us is the fact that we, through the resolutions, particularly Resolution 1888, which was adopted in 2009, we now have an Office of the Special Representative of the Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict. And that office has come to oversee a process called Monitoring, Analysis and Reporting, MARA, which collects documentation of sexual violence from across several contexts, prepares an annual report for the Council, and in that report, very significantly, is an annex that lists perpetrators of sexual violence and armed conflict. The annex is limited to situations on the Council's agenda. Okay, so it's not a broad sort of listing. Instead, it's a very narrow sort of where is the Council active. That report, though, has, I think, generated some interesting dynamics for folks, I think, like those of us here, because whilst that Office of the Special Representative and that monitoring MARA process is very clearly established by the Security Council through its WPS resolutions, in fact, it has come on to develop some institutional autonomy that may be of interest to us. So, for example, whilst it is limited quite narrowly in what it can do around its listing, in its annex, listing perpetrators. Actually, what we've seen in the report text itself is a much broader definition of conflict-related sexual violence, broader in terms of the situations it addresses. So it is not limited by the Council's agenda. It looks at a much broader range of contexts, and also much broader in the definition of conflict-related sexual violence it has adopted. So it has not been restricted by the Council's focus on sort of patterns of systematic sexual violence. Rather, it's looked more broadly. And I would say of interest in particular is it's included sexual violence against sexual and gender minorities in that report, right? So here we see the Security Council sort of establishes the institution, but it begins to work to create some of its own autonomy, which I think creates some interesting spaces. The other sort of important institutional piece is that listing process by the Special Representative of the Secretary General informs the work of the sanctions committees. And indeed, we have seen sexual violence featuring with some prominence in the work of the sanctions committee, certainly in some contexts. So here we see ongoing, I think, documentation work that is of interest as well to folks working in gender and ICL. I'm conscious here of time. I'm already running up against some limitations, but again, maybe just to talk a little bit more about that relationship between the Security Council and international criminal law. There have been spaces where we've seen the Security Council almost sort of adopt a quasi-judicial role. So where the ICC was determining that the conflict in the DRC met conflict thresholds. Actually, the Security Council adopting Chapter 7 resolutions was part of the evidence used there. And also, I think of interest for those of us working on gender, in the ongoing monitoring work that the Office of the Prosecutor was engaged in for a long time in Colombia, those reports actually do often cite the work of the monitoring the MARA process. So that Office of the documentation work, that annual report by the Special Representative of the Secretary General is then relying on that documentation work to inform the work of the prosecutor. So we're seeing, I think, all sorts of interesting sort of dynamics there and interactions. Some of the, I think, just maybe to refer to some things that were said previously, we've already, so there's a formal what's coming out of WPS resolutions, and but then there's a much broader institutional activity. And we saw that this morning when we heard from our contributors. We heard from the UN, the rule of law team, that's been formally established by the WPS resolutions. And we heard a little bit about its stickiness, right? The fact that it can point to its basis in the resolution has given it some endurance. But we also see much broader institutional activity that draws its inspiration from the resolutions, but not its formal basis. And we may see more vulnerability, right? Because it can't point to its basis in the resolutions. And then just two final concluding points are about WPS beyond the Council. So a key area of activity around WPS has been national action plans, states making their own commitments, devising their own commitments around women, peace and security. And the Council has encouraged states through the resolutions to pay attention to transitional justice in those national action plans. It hasn't made clear obligations, but it has encouraged them to do so. And that's been a space where I think there has been some productivity and some work I did for UN Women MENA a couple of years ago. So there was really quite an interesting intersection between states that were working on national action plans on women, peace and security and states that were working on national transitional justice plans. Okay, so that's a space I think for further potential. And the final piece really is the civil society piece, which is I work sort of fairly broadly across international law and gender. And what I always find unique about women, peace and security is the ways in which it connects with civil society and women's organizations. And it seems to me quite unique, actually, in that regard. There is something, and I've spoken to and interviewed activists about this, and I very often find when I ask them, press them on the detail of WPS resolutions, it becomes clear to me they haven't read them. And it doesn't matter, right? Because they're defining the WPS agenda in a way that's meaningful to them. And that, I think, is another sort of piece of the potential sort of leverage or energy or synergy that can be exploited when it comes to relationships between ICL and WPS.
Well, thank you for all the panelists. Can't take credit for their presentations, but they're exactly what we discussed a couple of weeks ago, which was to give very concrete examples of how this is done in practice and not just in theory. And also to Catherine, because I've been working in the ICL field for 20 years and my only interaction with the WPS agenda other than reading by myself was in Afghanistan. And there was a separate unit that dealt with it and no one else could touch it, which is in itself kind of a sign that something was wrong. Before I pass on to give the microphone to anyone who wants to ask questions or online, I just want to make one comment that I think it's important. Several of our panelists, at least Pamela and Nadja, mentioned giving voice to the victims, a survivor-centered approach. We had very much hoped to have a survivor here today to speak. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. And needless to say, that is the voice that should come first, and it should be them telling us what they want, what they see as justice, and what they see as gendered harms that affect them, rather than people like me deciding on what that is. So if anyone, I have no idea if there's anyone online or here in the room who's a survivor and wishes to speak, you're very welcome. But more broadly, any questions from the participants are welcome. Yes, please. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for the wonderful presentations the panelists delivered today. My question specifically is the WPS resolution. Is there something within the framework of the WPS resolution regarding Afghanistan case? Because as you know, Afghanistan is in very specific situations. As I can say, there is a huge coup d'etat by the Taliban leaders against women. I would like to say not saying that education, blah, blah, but women totally marginalized from all social activities, economic, political, and education. They are set aside at home, and they are not allowed even to speak loudly when they go out from the home. So it is really the situation in Afghanistan is very, very hard and specific. The point you raised, victims' voices should be here. Really, a number of women, they are really tortured, abused sexually and physically, mentally. They are inside Afghanistan, but their voices are silent. So it will be better if really we would bring some of the survivors or victims to these platforms to speak out and to raise their voices, and they tell by themselves the real story, what they are facing, what they are surviving. Specifically, my question is towards, sorry, my name, I forgot. Catherine, yeah. Is there something specifically within that framework for Afghanistan situations or not? Thank you.
Maybe we could do that, take a couple of questions. Yes. And there was another one, too.
Thank you. So I'm going to follow on the thread for the WPS question, which is observing the trend of the securitization, the militarization of the agenda that has, I think, prompted a range of sort of challenges to achieve sort of the meaningful progress towards peace. I wanted to sort of invert the question of accountability and look at actually when you have that securitization and the involvement of those state actors, that in fact some of those are directly implicated in international crimes. So what then, or rather how does the accountability for those types of crimes committed by those security actors actually prove either a challenge or a flashpoint for the intersection of WPS and ICL? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the moderator giving us to speak and for all this, the wonderful presentations that we heard. I just have one question for Bridget. I thank you very much for the thorough inclusion of the gender investigation, gender-sensitive investigation into crimes that are being committed against women in conflict situations and or in at times of war or so on. And that really is a very important experience because we've witnessed that with the UN Commission of Inquiry on Palestine and the occupied territory and Israel, which gave a very big difference when there was a gender investigators with the team working together closely, thanks to the UN Women support to this gender unit, in order to ensure that the survivors and the victims can speak to investigators that could take their needs into account when investigating into the situations. We're talking about the UN Commission of Inquiry, not the ICC in this context, but that's very helpful because it could provide grounds for future accountability at the ICC. With regard to the presentation by Catherine, I think that I don't agree a lot about this interrelated, connection between the women, peace and security and the international criminal law, because within the context of in my opinion, and I want to hear your opinion, because in the context of the politicization and the securitization, I heard it now from somebody, this is making it selective in what countries we are going to impose sanctions and in what context we don't. And we've seen also the special representative under UN Resolution 1888, Mrs. Pamela Patton, visiting us in Palestine and Israel. And we saw her attempts to limit her mandate and the definition of sexually related conflict in conflict situations. And therefore, politics here in Security Council play a very important role. On the contrary, what we see is trying to now sanction the ICC. So how could we expect that issues that are stigmatized in our context, especially when there's gender-based violence and in cases of sexually related violence in conflict situations, expect that the UN Security Council will take other measures or empower and enforce the work of the ICC or other venues for international criminal law. Thank you.
Is it working? Yeah. Okay, so it seems that all of it was directed at Catherine, and I think what you said about Bridget was more of a comment than a question, but we can give her, okay, so we'll let Catherine speak and then Bridget. Go ahead,
Great.
Catherine. No pressure.
Thank you. Yeah, it's tricky putting a lifetime's work into 7 minutes, so maybe I'll elaborate a little bit on. So, I mean, in terms of the specific situation in Afghanistan and whether WPS offers promise there, I mean, it goes to the second and third questions, which is selectivity, politicization, being at the whim of the council at a point at which, of course, it is now particularly entrenched and very difficult to make progress. I mean, my work more broadly, looks across the international legal infrastructure to see which spaces may be useful at particular times. And I'm sure you're aware of this initiative to bring Afghanistan to the International Court of Justice for violating CEDAW, right? And that to me seems to be a much more appropriate way to challenge the sorts of structural discrimination that's happening in Afghanistan, that's been enabled by the international community in important ways. There may still be some value in the documentation that's going on through the MARA process. The Security Council won't save you, and that's true, unfortunately, to anyone in any context. I think what you may find is some value in documentation whilst looking for other avenues that are more fruitful. Which then speaks to the question of the securitization of the agenda. Yeah, and again, had I had a bit more time to dig into some of the case studies, I mean, it's certainly true that there's a tension running through the independent sort of mechanisms and processes that have been established by the Security Council to implement pieces of the agenda. But they're not free of politics, and the Gaza example is a powerful one. And where this comes up also is, so for example, Colombia and the DRC are places I've looked at in a bit more detail on this. The monitoring and reporting that was happening by the Special Representative of Secretary General that's been documented, that's going into the annual reporting, is generally pretty silent on state-perpetrated violations. Okay, so it's because it's a relatively sort of influential and powerful state in the Colombian case. And likewise with the DRC, the documentation was showing evidence of very grave involvement by DRC security forces in the perpetration of sexual violence. But when it came to the sanctions, the state forces were exempt from the arms embargo, right? So these are all the sorts of tensions that we see when looking more closely at how these processes are operating in practice. So they're emblematic of the problems you're talking about. They're not a solution to them. And the nature of anything by the Security Council really is this question of politicization and selectivity, particularly around situations on its agenda. To me, and then we all know that, and that's not surprising. What I think maybe is perhaps even more troubling is the Security Council's just very partial implementation of its own agendas. So in general, the Security Council has been better at adopting these thematic agendas than in actually integrating them into their own work in particular situations. And here, even quite straightforward things like the mandate for the civilian mission in Colombia nowhere actually references the Security Council's WPS commitments, right? So that's an area of real tension. I was sort of trying to carve out, I think, some places where I still think there may be some value. And I do think this question of, particularly for ICL practitioners, it seems to me there is documentation that's going on. It's been given some weight by some institutions of international criminal law in international and domestic settings. And it has shown some capacity for autonomy and for stickiness. And this is an agenda that does, I think, mobilize civil society in interesting ways. And those are where I see the intersections that are potentially productive, whilst also always within the very deeply problematic context of the Security Council and its politicization and selectivity.
Thank you. Just quickly before we wrap up, Bridget, if you want to. Sure.
Yeah, it just sort of goes to emphasizing the need for dedicated resource from an investigation point of view, working on gender from the very beginning, and that without that, it's very hard to make any progress. I was fortunate enough to be in a team of 2 other investigators, so I could get up every day and think about the gendered side of the investigation. But obviously, that's not always the case. But as much as it can be integrated from the very beginning is really important.
Well, because of lack of time, we'll wrap up here. Thank you very much to the panelists, and thank you for all the questions. Thank you. Okay, it's so beautifully done. It's so beautiful. It's to test you, Valeria.
Yes, it's working. Wonderful. Friends, we're going to get started again with our next panel, upgrading and applying the gender justice toolkits. So if I can please ask. Hi, Tom, please grab a seat. Thank you. Dear friends, please find your seat. And while you do, settle down. People left. Friends, we're going to get started again, please. I understand that some people were sitting on the ground in the back of the room during the last session. So please make your way over to seats. Some have been freed up now. We have enough, just about. So please join us on a proper seat. And with that, let me hand over to Louise. Over to you. Wonderful. Thank you. Up, there you go.
Thank you, Alex. And can you hear me? Yes. I want to thank the organisers as well. It's just wonderful to be here and to see some old friends and many new faces. My name's Louise Chappell. I'm a professor at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which is a long flight. But it is my absolute privilege to be here today for this panel on looking at the use of toolkits. So I'm here with Natia, with Thomas and Hasiba, and we're going to hopefully get through our presentations again in time for some questions and some dialogue at the end. I think this session picks up some really important points that other commentators have already made today, that we really need to think about how to straddle these great ideas that we have and turn them into reality and move from professional knowledge into professional experience. And that also means putting at the heart of our work the lived experience of victim survivors. As we'll hear on this panel, we're all working in different, engaging with different institutions and in different settings. But I think there are three things that have come across in the notes that I've seen from the other presenters, and that is that the work that we're doing in trying to provide advice through these toolkits must be victim survivor centred, must adopt an intersectional approach, and must be contextualised. These seem like no-brainer issues to us, but I think it still is a problem in terms of translating these into practice. I'm going to talk very briefly first about the work that I'm doing in translating a book that I've been working on into a toolkit, and then we'll move on to the other presenters. So I've been involved with a number of colleagues working on a book that is called Feminist Judgments, Reimagining the International Criminal Court. There might be some flyers around, but I do want to tell you it's an open access book, and we did that deliberately. We paid Cambridge University Press to make that open access so everyone across the world can get access to that. So just go to Cambridge Core and you'll be able to find a link to that book. It is it's a book that uses a methodology, a feminist judgments methodology that has been applied very much in domestic settings and not too often at the international level. But we drew on knowledge from those other domestic settings to think about how we might reimagine the work that the International Court's done if it was seen through a gender lens. So what we did is ask our authors, and many of them are in this room today, Valerie Oosterveld and my mind's gone blank, but there are at least four of us here. We've asked them to don the robes of a judge and reimagine a decision in the International Criminal Court through a feminist lens and to see what difference that would make. Now, in some cases, the decision doesn't change, but the means of getting to that decision certainly changes. And in other cases, the decision has changed entirely. So it's a fascinating, imaginative process that gets us to think about what the Rome Statute allows us to do if we apply a gender lens. So rule one of this project was you weren't allowed to work outside the guardrails of the Rome Statute. So it's a very fascinating project that we've worked on, and we have over 60 contributors and many, many decisions in that book. Unfortunately, my copy has still not arrived, so I couldn't bring it here to show you, but you will be able to download that book, and I'll get the link for you so you'll be able to get easy access to it. And what we are saying in that book is that, and saying to the judges of the ICC and judges more broadly of ICL, is that there's no excuses really. The law allows you to do these things. Don't be afraid of pushing. It's not pushing the boundaries, it's just using a gender lens to see law in different ways. So this is doing what Pamela mentioned on the panel before. It's attempting to make for the judges the invisible visible. We who have been working in the gender justice area for a long time know that those particular approaches to understanding the law are visible, but for many judges, they're not. So the book covers all stages of proceedings, from warrant of arrest right through to appeal decisions, an array of crimes, not just focusing on gender and sexual-based violence, but pillage, reparations, deportation, and so on. And what the findings of this book is primarily that context matters. Context matters. It's as simple as that when we get to the end of it. But we are now producing a toolkit where we're trying to make it much easier for the judges to understand what we've done, rather than trawl through a 750-page book, and say, if you're having trouble with a particular issue in your judgment around sexual and gender-based violence, for instance, persecution on gender grounds, recording the impact of crimes, thinking about the gendered notions of reparations, which we've already heard about today. You can find that in the toolkit and have a better understanding of how another person has been able to apply this gender lens. So we're saying there aren't really any more excuses that this can't be done. There's no more excuses that the Rome Statute doesn't allow this to happen. We are in some ways helping judges to go back to the basics, because I think we use a language around gender lenses, gender justice, intersectionality, that sometimes just seems confusing and too hard. And so we're trying to unravel that in a practical way through the toolkit that we're currently developing. And one of the things that we're really trying to do at this time of, well, the ICC is, ever since I started studying it back in 1998, it has been about to collapse. It's been very fragile, but it's facing another whole new set of challenges right now that I think we've all got to focus on. But I think one of the things we can argue for this toolkit and building the strength of judges around gender justice is it strengthens the legitimacy of the court itself. If the court is not addressing the needs of 50% of the world's population, if they're not taking gender into account, if they're not considering how boys and men are impacted by some of these crimes in gendered terms, are not taking the LGBTIQ plus community seriously, then we're missing out on so many victims in the world. So strengthen the court by showing how relevant it is to all people and justice important to all people. So that's my call, is to try and strengthen the bench. I know judges are renowned for not wanting to be trained in anything. But if we do look at the work that the Office of the Prosecutor has done, that has really made a difference to the outcomes of the ICC. And just published a piece on that in the European Journal of International Law, if anyone's interested, that they're not just documents, they make a difference. And I think also putting frameworks together for the judges is also going to be a useful tool for them. So I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to hand over to Natia now and hear about your incredible work. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Louise. Can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. I would like to thank the organizers for having me for the second time, and it's really nice to see so many familiar faces and to also meet new people. So I'm Natia Navruzov. I work with an NGO called Yazda. We were established 11 years ago to respond to the ISIS crimes against the Yazidi communities in Sinjar, and we were really established around two main mandates. The first one is to provide very, very quick and urgent humanitarian assistance to the survivors. So everything from finding them shelter to medicine to, helping them to build livelihoods. It's still a mandate that we have, unfortunately, because we were hoping that by now the Iraqi government will step in and we would need to do less of this. But we are also gradually decreasing that part of our work because of the funding crisis, as you know. The second main mandate that we have is our work on justice, transitional justice advocacy. So this is what I will be focusing on today. So when ISIS attacked Sinjar, Yazda was really established by the community in itself, in Iraq, but also in the diaspora. And one of the first projects that we started was the documentation project. It was really about capturing the crimes. And in our situation, this was very important to us because you might know that Yazidis have been historically persecuted for many, many centuries. My own ancestors, were genocided during the Armenian genocide. So those are things that we heard growing up as Yazidis. I'm Yazidi myself. But we just didn't have any information. It wasn't documented. So this was a big fear when ISIS came. So we started this documentation project. By now, we collected over 3,000 testimonies of survivors, and we also documented over 150 crime scenes, everything from mass graves to the destruction of cultural heritage in Sinjar. So once you document all of that, and you mainly do it for historical purposes, the question also arises, okay, what to do with it concretely now? So what can we do? So we tried to first see if, Iraq would be interested in taking some of that evidence. Unfortunately, as you know, in Iraq, there's no legislation right now that criminalizes core international crimes, so genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. So the only legislation under which they are prosecuting perpetrators is terrorism. And this is not what the survivors want. When they share our testimonies, they're very clear. What happened to them is a genocide, and they want justice for that. Also, when we look at only terrorism, we really place the security on the state. So we exclude communities, we exclude victims, and we don't look at the full picture. Then we called for the creation of an international tribunal, like it happened in Rwanda, former Yugoslavia. We were told, no, there's no interest anymore. It's just something that politically states don't want to do anymore. What we got instead is the creation of UNITAD, which is a UN investigative team. It was already mentioned several times. I won't go into the details. Something I do want to emphasize is that, as Yazda, we worked with UNITAD for many, many years. We had a very close collaboration. And unfortunately, it was closed last year, and all the archive was taken to New York. Iraq got a copy, but now is not accessible, neither for criminal justice nor for broader transitional justice. So that door also closed. And then we looked at other possibilities, and one that became actually the main and only justice avenue for survivors was universal jurisdiction cases So as you know, ISIS members joined the group in Syria and in Iraq for over 80 countries. And these people, a lot of them started to return to their countries. So, you know, EU countries and others. And the question then was, what did they do? What did they do in Syria and in Iraq? And of course, if you listen to them, they didn't do anything. So this is when our evidence became very, very valuable. And third states like Iraq, of course, first started to look mainly into terrorism because that was just easier. You know, you don't know what they have done, so you charge them for joining a terrorist group. But here we pushed back and we said, no, we have evidence against some of them. So we presented evidence and we actually had, you know, successful cases in Germany, for example, why Germany, you know, Germany had hundreds of people who joined ISIS, but also Germany took in 2015, 1,000 Yazidi survivors who became available witnesses in Germany that the German authorities could interview. And then we had a case in Sweden and in the Netherlands. So all of this work is something we have been involved in by providing evidence. And when interacting with the war crimes units, we realized that there was a gap. They know what they're doing in terms of their investigations and they understand, you know, how to characterize the crimes. But what they lacked in a way and didn't know is first the context, but also the communities that they were interacting with. So, you know, the idea of the guide, oh, it's not up there.
No.
Oh, it's okay.
Yes, sorry.
So I will be mainly speaking about a guide that we published recently. It's called the Get to Know Me First Guide, how to interview Yazidis from Sinjar. The idea of the guide came because of that gap, seeing war crimes units interacting with Yazidis and not really knowing anything about their religion, their culture, etc. And it was very important for us because the reason why ISIS committed a genocide is because they misinterpreted the Yazidi culture and religion. So for the survivors, it's a big deal. They need people to understand who they are. And we wanted to share that knowledge with the authorities working on those cases. So I think one thing that is very important to understand is the guide is called, you know, how to interview Yazidis from Sinjar. The Yazidi community is not a homogeneous group. In Iraq alone, you have many different parts of the country where Yazidis are. So, you know, the Yazidis from Sinjar are very, very specific. And the guide gives very, very concrete examples. And that was our you know, purpose. And this is also what I want to encourage you to do in your context. You know, having a guide that is very specific and very practical can really, really help law enforcement in their work because, you know, I'm not pointing fingers. I also know that they're very busy. They're working on different contexts. They have limited resources. So how to, in a way, package everything for them in a nice guide and give it to them. And in that guide, you know, we have also put maps, pictures. We really try to make it as visual as possible. And I want to go back to something that Pamela said. She said survivors are also experts. So the guide was actually prepared with survivors. We spoke to 17 survivors. All of them went through justice, you know, processes. They were either heard or they had evidence that they presented, but all of them in a way interacted with law enforcement, either in Iraq with UNITAD or outside of Iraq. So we asked them, you know, questions like, what could have been better? Like, what you wish this person would have known about you that they didn't, and that could have made this interview process easier for you. So we spoke to female and male survivors, and I'm not going to go into the details of the methodology because of time, but it was a very precise one. And, you know, I also want to extend support to anyone who wants to prepare a guide on their own context. I see someone raising their hand there. Okay, I'm really, really happy to discuss this during the break. But just to finish off, I just want to give you some examples because I think they really stick then. In the Jennifer W. case, which was the first case in Germany where an ISIS female returnee was prosecuted for crimes against Yazidis, the court had made the mistake of getting the wrong dialect for the interpreter. So I was in the room when the survivor started to testify, and I happened to speak German. And I was there with a colleague from Sinjar, and we just could feel that the survivor was very uncomfortable, but she was too shy to say that she couldn't really understand the interpreter. So Yazidis speak a very specific accent. You know, under Saddam, there was Arabization. So it's a mix of Kurdish and Arabic. And they had chosen someone from Syria, you know, not knowing that it was different. So we were signing to the lawyers of the survivor, and she asked for a break. And then we realized that in one of the questions, the judge had asked the survivor, when is the last time you saw your daughter? Because in that case, her daughter was killed by Jennifer W. and her husband. I can discuss the details over break. And the interpretation was, when is the first time you saw your daughter? So the mother started to speak about the day her daughter was born. And everyone was like in the room. I was seeing journalists like chatting and questioning her credibility. So that was very, very hard to witness. So in the guide, we explain what is the Yazidi dialect, how can you choose someone who actually speaks it well. Also scheduling interviews in terms of dates. We put a calendar in the guide to avoid Yazidi holidays. In our culture, the equivalent of the Sunday here is the Wednesday. So whenever you can, avoid Wednesdays, because Yazidis is usually the time they meet family members, etc. And then we also put a vocabulary on how Yazidi survivors describe sexual violence. In our dialect, there's no word for rape or sexual violence. So they use phrases. So we put that as a list, as a little dictionary. And they can say things like, you know, he took away my honor, or he married me, or he touched me. And then we put a map of Sinjar, because usually we feel like Sinjar is just one place. When I speak to people, sometimes I think they have this image, but it's actually 50 villages that ICE attacked, and they each have their stories. So it's important to understand where the survivor is coming from. And then one last practical advice, and I know it might sound very obvious, but it's very important to update survivors, even by telling them there's no update. We had a very recent case. I'm not gonna say in which country, because I don't wanna point fingers, but I can tell you during the break. But but they were not updating the survivor. The case was going on for years, and they were not updating neither the survivor, neither us. And 1 month before the judgment, she was about to drop out of the case. So she was like, I'm not doing this anymore. So it's very important to update them. So my recommendation for all of you is to really think about context-specific documents, guides. Again, I'm happy to share the methodology. And just to finish off, you know, having so many bright minds in this room, I also want to say that the Yazidi genocide, you know, is still ongoing. I know there's a lot of attention on other contexts, and they deserve it, and it's very important, and we shouldn't be competing for attention ideally. But, you know, we still have 2,600 people missing. 100,000 people still live in IDP camps. There hasn't been any trial in Iraq for international crimes. There's no legislation still, 11 years later. The UJ cases are important, but survivors are not aware of them. So there has to be more outreach as well. And we still have dozens of mass graves. When they are exhumed, identification is very difficult because the Yazidi community is scattered everywhere, including in Australia. So it's very, very hard to reach them. So yeah, I'm happy to have more conversations during the break, and please read the guide. It's not up there, but it's on our website.
To me? Yes. Okay. I could not have hoped for a better contextualization of what I'm going to try to say. So I'm Hasiba. I work with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, in the newly established Human Rights Inquiries branch. This is the branch that was set up by the High Commissioner himself, with the idea of supporting and pushing OHCHR's work on accountability. So the branch is supporting the 12 existing fact-finding mission and commission of inquiries, and I'm speaking here with a few of my colleagues in the room. So maybe I'll start with a caveat in the sense that fact-finding missions and commission of inquiries do not conduct criminal investigations, but they do conduct investigation, and they're not completely detached from criminal investigation, as increasingly the mandate of investigative bodies are more complex and include the collection and preservation of evidence, as well as the cooperation with legal proceedings. So in that sense, it really resonates to be part of this panel. So we currently have 12 mechanisms, as I've mentioned. And so I work in the branch supporting the 12 other investigations. And one of the things that I've been tasked with from the outset was to try to devise a strategy for investigative bodies. And what we mean by a strategy is really two things. One is how can OHCHR, through its investigative bodies, contribute to gender justice? That is by investigating and reporting on violations, including the recent backlash on women's rights or against LGBTQI plus people, or the impact of budget cuts that we are seeing, but also on the other hand, one is the documentation, and the other one is the cooperation with the various. So the strategy will include how would IB's investigative bodies, contribute to gender justice, and the second part is about the tools that we would be using, and like the gamut of tools that are available to do this work. And I want to here acknowledge that Michelle, the minute she heard that OHCHR was working on a strategy for investigative bodies, immediately reached out, offered her assistance. We had a call with Najwa and Michelle, and we are going to use the strategy devised by IIIM to try to work on our own strategy. I also want to acknowledge that the gender strategy is being worked on in parallel with a child rights strategy that my colleague Veronique there is working on. And I think it's important because at some point it does overlap, and it's important that we're able to look at it. So we'll have different strategies, but similar processes. And the idea of the strategy is to try to increase the good, avoid the bad, and really warn against the ugly. And I can assure you that you still have a bit of that. One of the example I had, I'm being a gender advisor in one of the fact-finding missions. The report was almost finalized. It was about to be sent to the experts for their review. And the coordinator told me, you now have 4 hours to do the gender analysis. So the strategy is going to be very much about how to avoid that. It's the what we want to achieve and the how we're going to do it. So we already have quite a lot of tools available at OHCHR. And one thing that is repeatedly said is that OHCHR has one methodology. We don't have separate methodologies for human rights monitoring and human rights investigation. However, some of you might be familiar with some of the guidelines that OHCHR has developed specifically for investigative bodies. Now, I think at this stage, looking at the broader context that we live in, we should not underestimate the value of what I will call the political tools, the recommitment by states, or the continued commitment by states to gender analysis, to documentation of SGBV, and But that political commitment needs to be matched by a financial commitment. It's going to be no surprise that today I'll be talking money, money, money. The situation is bad, bad, bad. It's extremely bad. So we have 12, like most recently, the High Commissioner for Human Rights had to announce to states that there will be no commission of inquiry on the DRC, and God knows how the amount and how widespread violations against women are in the DRC, yet it is the one mechanism that we absolutely have no money for. And so maybe we're looking at 26, but it's not clear. And all investigative bodies are functioning at a maximum of 60% capacity, and some at much lower. And if it were not for the support of UN Women and Justice Rapid Response, we would not have gender advisors. Currently, we have a gender advisor or an SGBV investigator in every single investigation. And that's really thanks to the partnership, a partnership that has been acknowledged by the Secretary General in his report as a good practice to replicate. And the reason why I'm very happy to be speaking after you is that we need to come, like the strategy needs to be based on humility by investigators and by people working in these investigative bodies. And that has to be the starting point. Whatever the technical skills we might have and however experienced we might be, we will never know as much as the civil society from that country or that context, or as much as the victims who have had that firsthand experience. And we really need to take the time to listen and to consult on a regular basis. It's not a one-off thing. So what I would hope that strategy could do, in addition to talking about developing tools on intersectionality, which we are doing again together with the support of UN Women and YAR, a tool solely for investigative bodies. We're also working on on a guidance note on what victim-centered approach means concretely, with very concrete examples. And we also are developing a training for staff in investigative bodies together with IICI that is very much trauma-informed and interviewing skills and victim-centered approaches. What I'm hoping that strategy could do is also explain and devise how to engage with victims on a regular basis, how to mainstream the needs of victims as well in our interviews. So it's not about tell me what happened to you, but it's also about asking questions such as, what does justice look for you? What do you expect from this process? But also civil society, because often the civil society are the proxy for the victims, not always. And I really want to say that, especially for investigative bodies that have very short lifespan, most of them at least, with the exception of Palestine and Syria. So to give you an example, the DRC fact-finding mission was established in February, was voted in February and presented its report in September. You nearly have no time to develop the contacts, etc. So we rely immensely on civil society organizations, and it's civil society organizations that are also helping link. And I just want to mention a good example that I'm hoping we can replicate in the strategy. Is when I worked with the fact-finding mission on Iran, civil society were very good at sharing with the FFM testimonies that they had gathered. And on this, we all very much committed to trauma-informed interviewing. We all committed to avoiding re-traumatizing, yet we all want our own interview with the victim. So that has allowed us to actually not do a full interview of the victim, but just focus on some areas. And NGOs were able to do so because from the outset they had asked for consent to share with investigative bodies. Sorry. And the other thing that I've seen IBs doing and that needs to be replicated and captured in the strategy are the consultation with not only civil society and on a regular basis, but it's also with victims. That, of course, costs money. So I have to say that shamelessly, we did manage to do a consultation with one investigative bodies where it was almost like every NGO had to adopt one victim and to pay for their cost. So things are that bad, but it was extremely important. And it was also important for them. It's about like ensuring that their voice is captured in the report. But at the end of the day, unless you have ownership by victims and by civil society, your report is just a piece of paper. It's going to be the victims and the civil society that are going to carry forward the work, especially when you have a short lifespan mechanism such as an investigative body. So hoping to work on this strategy, I'm hoping to benefit from the feedback from many of you on what to avoid at any cost, but also what to replicate if possible. And I think it's really exciting that we have a chance to try to put that in writing, as well as other things, like when you think of the obstacles to why we're not very good at our gender analysis sometimes. I think unless a meaningful gender analysis is seen as an indicator of success for any piece of work, or an indicator of failure, if it's missing, it won't be there. And we are seeing also that it's great to have gender advisors, but it also allows everybody else to say, well, there's a gender advisor, it's their job. So in a way, we're defeating the purpose of having gender advisors. So we really need to make sure that this is the job of everyone. And that's why as well in the strategy, we'll try to articulate the relationship between the gender advisor with the reporting officer, with the legal advisor, with the investigation team leader, to ensure that we have all the information needed to be able to conduct a gender analysis. Thank you.
Now over to Thomas, who's just back from Ukraine. Thank you.
Sorry, thanks. Trying to optimum zone. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, thank you all for attending and these fantastic presentations. I think I'm probably going to echo a lot of the points already made, so I'll try and keep it fairly brief and that will open everything up for a conversation. Yeah, my name is Thomas Ebbs. I'm Senior Legal and Policy Advisor at All Survivors Project. We are a global organization that works on conflict-related sexual violence that affects men and boys. So we're a global international organization, but we also work in specific country contexts, including Ukraine, Colombia, CAR, and Afghanistan. And so, yeah, I wanted to kind of touch on some of our reflections of some of the benefits and concerns that I guess we have with some of the gender justice toolkits, which are in practice currently, especially MARAD and some of the ICC policies and practices. For our organization, I think it's really critical to kind of think about how those toolkits engage with issues of survivor-centeredness and victim-centeredness, and also intersectional analysis. The obvious and quite selfish reason for that is obviously that's how men and boys have been raised in their profile over the last 10 years and how we kind of are currently exhibiting a lot greater kind of visibility and engagement in the issue that's affecting those survivors. And I think that's obvious from the recent UN Commission's acknowledgement of the role that sexual violence against men and boys has played in the Commission of Genocide in Palestine. We also see from these tools some positive developments in the sense of institutional engagement and demand for specific and differential policies against men and boys. And so that's welcoming and inviting survivor groups into developing specific ways in which they are differentially impacted by sexual violence in terms of things like access to appropriate medical services. In Ukraine, for instance, initially survivors were referred to gynecologists when reporting sexual violence instead of urologists or dental work, which were the kind of common experiences of those complaints. Survivors belonging to formalized groups have also significantly and meaningfully benefited from the operationalizing of these toolkits. We've seen many survivor partners that we work with push back against bad practice of over-extractive documentation, or when interviewers with journalists have been probing them on quite salacious details, they find comfort in the Murad Code as being something that they can actively point to as this person is, frankly, being very unprofessional and unethical in their engagement. And with respect to our work in ASB, these tools have been obvious keystone and touch points for us. We've recently been working with survivors in Colombia over the last 5 years and had some success recently in getting accreditation for 104 men with the HEP, who recognize them as collective victims of conflict-related sexual violence. What was particularly meaningful about that recognition was not only was this historic sexual violence happening over 20 years ago being recognized for the first time, it also recognized the collective nature of those violations and how they were both based on a gendered analysis of how masculinity functions in the particular society and context that it arose in, but also the role that ecology played, the way that social economics played. There was a real meaningful intersectional engagement there, which I think has been missing from many of the other international justice processes. But we do have significant concerns regarding how these toolkits are implemented in practice, particularly through our discussions and engagement with survivor groups. Many of these, I think, arise from just practical pressures that we all face in our work many of the themes of this conference is the systematic attack that gendered analysis currently face in terms of their institutionalization and their implementation. But in such situations, I think it's very tempting for us as actors to think that when we're acting pragmatically or intuitively, that we're preserving something that would be lost otherwise. But very often this results in the de facto hierarchicalization, sorry, I'm going to struggle with that word, of which principles of Murad actually matter and which other ones matter less to us. And that's really resulted in the invisibilization of many survivors, I think, in many processes. And especially when it comes to men and boys, we tend to see the arising of gender-neutral or gender-blind implementations being labeled as survivor-centered or even referencing Murad when leaving out how they engage with disabled populations, how they engage with children, how they engage with men and boys. So there's this real kind of struggle there in terms of what we're actually doing when we install our pragmatic policies and policy our frameworks, decisions there, and who we're leaving out for potentially many years to come, and are we missing these opportunities when we're passing, statutes and other matters? I think another way that that's been realized is in informed consent mechanisms. We've all been very aware that we need to avoid over-documentation, but often informed consent forms that get passed to survivors are incredibly legalistic documents that cover everything under the sun. So they'll say, I want to get your consent to potentially take this to the ICC, to share this with a consortium of organizations who I can't name yet because they might be new organizations in the future or not, on maybe torture, maybe special rapporteurs, and all different kinds of subject areas. And that's really been at the loss of, I think, what was intended there, which was obviously to minimize over-documentation, but also to build in really informed conversations with survivor groups about what these mechanisms actually do in practice, what their limitations are, and also whether they're compatible with survivors' understandings of justice. I mean, we've heard already that survivors have many different views of what justice should look like, and very rarely does that align closely to criminal retribution alone. Often the priority is in terms of healthcare, support for family members are often kind of primary concerns. And I think that's led, for men and boys in particular, for a desire to see a particular type of victims narrative documented. And so we see a lot of public survivors being brought forward who are supportive of their engagement in criminal justice mechanisms, because these are the most palatable kind of survivors for our overall processes. And there's a strong assumption that the work that we're doing as institutions is incredibly valuable already. So when we ask our institutions whether we're adding value from documenting survivors, even though we encourage a wider spread understanding of justice and what that might mean, or to collaborate with other organizations with different interests, we always seem to fall back on the idea that our institutions are imperfect, but they're better than nothing, and therefore we should proceed with an interview here because I'm doing something that someone else hasn't. And for men and boys, yeah, as I was saying, I think that kind of results in this homogenization of a very particular victim, whether they're either cis and heterosexual victims who are then described as being suffering harms of losing their role in particular gender structures, that they were in society to be protectors of women and girls, as if this is where the kind of harm is actually lying. And we've seen that recently in quite progressive jurisprudence from the European Court of Human Rights, for instance, in Ukraine and Netherlands, where there was an acknowledgement of the role that conflict-related sexual violence has on men and boys in the context of the conflict, even an acknowledgement that the impact that it has on family members could also constitute cruel and inhumane treatment. But then it resorted to the kind of engagement with that crime as simply one of, well, men are being feminized in some kind of capacity here, an engagement which kind of sometimes aligns with some victims and survivors groups, and often perpetrators' understanding too, but misses a lot of the kind of social, economic, and other kind of dynamics there. And for LGBT populations, they're often siloed against kind of heterosexual cis men and boys as having very different concerns. And again, we engage with a kind of survivor who is doubly marginalized because of their status as a gay man in a situation like this, or reductively understood in this capacity that it was simply their sexual orientation that led to their treatment, ignoring again aspects such as ethnicity and cultural background, as well as social economic reasons. Many of the communities that we work with and the survivor groups that we work with have been from incredibly poor or working class backgrounds, and this is often completely ignored in any kind of legal judgments. So we seem to sometimes, so we end up in this place where I think we're incredibly grateful for intersectional approaches because they've raised visibility and allowed men and boys to be compatible with a feminist framework in a way that they weren't previously. But we also feel like we're hitting a bit of an intersectional dead end or cul-de-sac, where simply recognizing men and boys is there, therefore your intersectional analysis complete, rather than trying to integrate it with other aspects of things. So in terms of practical recommendations, I'll be very quick so we can try and talk about things otherwise. So I think there's an urgent need to treat survivors as co-designers of our methodologies and to compensate them for that work that they do. There's often very real issues there where there's an expectation that they'll feed in or peer review something without kind of meaningful kind of compensation or support for their casework processes which are going on, or support for their institutional structuring and participation through subgrants. We should also commit to institutionalizing consent audits within our organizations to make sure that when we're doing things, we're actually doing them and living up to the standards that we promise. And we should be kind of conscious about whether we have protocols have developed to actually share information with other organizations with aligned goals, whether those fit with our mandates and ethical safeguards, and allow us actually meaningfully to avoid over-documentation. In recent work we've experienced, there are some organizations which are very good at this, and then others who have never done anything like this before, and it can really lead to significant barriers for what we're kind of communicating to survivors. And then I think a kind of universal call that I think has been made by all the panelists is this notion that we really need to establish regular communications with survivor groups, that you can't simply take a testimony, tell them that you're going to do something very meaningful with it, and then it might take like 5 to 10 years for them to get justice, and then ignore them and not follow up with them on anything. We know survivors in Ukraine who have been documented 15, 16, some up to 50 times by various organizations with no follow-up from any civil society effort that's done that. And I understand that there are very pragmatic reasons which affect all of our work, which often mean that we feel that that would be impossible to do meaningfully, but it is really, a shame to us, I think, at the moment. So yeah, I think we'll kind of have other things to discuss, I'm sure, but I think aligning our kind of feminist and intersectional values into the not just the statements or policy ideas that we think are important, but also kind of institutional day-to-day policy and practices is like incredibly vital for all of our work. Thank you.
Well, thank you to everyone. I think there are a lot of similarities in some of those points, but it's great to hear from you too, Thomas, of reminding us we need to be critical and self-aware of the limitations of these sorts of processes and how we can build the ethical structures into our work very clearly. So we do have 10 minutes for questions or comments. I know it's getting close to tea time, but has anyone got something they'd like to contribute? Oh, and sorry, Catherine, I've got a note in my head to call on Erin to talk about the Red Line project. You're not, she had to go to teacher class. Okay, right. But Catherine's got a question.
This is a brilliant panel. Thanks very much. It's just the over documentation point that you've raised. It seems like there's, with more and more actors in these spaces, this is maybe becoming more and more of a concern. I'd love to hear what you think might be some practical things that can be done.
Thomas, do you want to? Oh, we'll take a couple of questions, shall we? Oh, Michelle has a hand up. So let's take these two and then.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks to the panelists. It was really fascinating to hear how we're developing across these different areas. Encouraging, but also important that we take stock of exactly what progress is being generated by these tools. Just a question for you, Hasiba, and it's great to see you on this panel and to hear about OHCHR's efforts now with the Human Rights Inquiry Branch. And as you mentioned, we had a bit of an initial chat, and I know that one of the things that's going to be really challenging for you as you move down into this process of developing a strategy is the fact that the mandates of the fact-finding missions and commissions of inquiry are really diverse. I forget how many you said there are. There's 12 different 12 mandates and 12 contexts. And this is something we talked about, the fact that at IIIM we've had the luxury, in a way of, if you can call it a luxury, of focusing on one conflict context. But even for us, it has taken years to really refine the strategy, especially from a contextual perspective, to understand how to gather that information and then how to translate it into something that's going to be of practical relevance for the team and to really be part of the workflows. So I know you know that this is going to be a challenge in trying to develop a strategy across so many different contexts, but I thought it might be interesting for the audience just to hear a little bit about how you see that challenge and what might be some of the ways of accessing that material. Definitely partnerships have been key for us, and civil society, again, has been a fundamental information provider. Joumana mentioned that we developed our strategy in consultation with civil society. So that's a really important element, but there may be other partnership opportunities as well for feeding this analysis that may be being done elsewhere into accountability processes.
Okay, one more and then we'll keep the answers brief and continue over.
Thank you so much for this beautiful panel. My question would be more related to the justice aspect. Nowadays, we have these civil societies who can get in touch with the victims, and it's any of you who would like to answer. Could we rethink domestic or international criminal remedies to include the ideas of the victims or what the victims actually need and actually would want and think their own justice? Because I do think there is still quite a big gap nowadays in criminal justice in that. Thank you.
Thank you. That's 3 great questions. So maybe we'll go to Thomas first. And then Nati wants to make a comment on that too. So please go.
No, thank you so much for the questions. I think with respect to over documentation, it's obviously not going to be a silver bullet, but I think there are certain practical steps that we can be taking. I think obviously working with meaningful coalitions which across different milieus of documenters, I think is a really obvious way that we could establish better practices and awareness of who exactly has documented what, and trying to engage in, as civil society actors, greater transparency in some of that to the degree that we feel comfortable with, but also a lack of proprietariness with respect to the documentation efforts that we're taking. I think sometimes there's, I'm not sure if it's ever really meaningfully understood, but I think we presume that another organization won't want to share their documentation efforts with us because they've put in so much time and effort and often risk to their personnel and staff to do that, when I think actually the individuals involved would be quite happy to see that, especially if it would avoid this like re-traumatization issue. So I think there's a bit of kind of unhelpful competitiveness that sometimes exists within CSOs and NGOs wanting to make their own stamp on things, whilst the kind of individual documenters and case builders are actually more than happy to share and collaborate. I think we also need to meaningfully stop treating survivors as one homogenous group that does not all survivors are uncomfortable with providing documentation different times for different purposes, and would actually feel that to be quite an empowering process to be involved in an institutional application of some kind. Not all, and many don't. Many want to be one and done and move on from this episode in their life and engage in rehabilitation and support and other services, or simply be left alone for the rest of the time. But there are some who are very keen, but what they would like to see is a specific understanding of what this will achieve. Why is it worth my time to participate in this? What support do you have for re-traumatization if that is experienced? These kinds of ethical safeguards, I think, are incredibly important. I'm going to stop talking. I could talk all day.
Thanks, Thomas. Just a very quick comment from Nati here as well on
just on that point. Yeah, thank you very much. So it's a very good question, and in our context, we had a lot of journalists and NGOs, and then, the UN. So everyone wanted their own statement. It was a huge problem. So the way we try to address it at our own NGO level is that before doing the interview, we have what we call an assessment. So we have a mental health expert who meets the survivors, does an assessment. They can conclude that the survivor cannot be interviewed, for example. But also one question that they ask is, who has interviewed you before? Or how many have interviewed you before, if they don't want to say who did that. And if the list is too long, we just decide not to interview. So that also happened to us. And then, of course, the second point is coordination. We had a really good work relationship with UNITAD, for example. So they would send us, they would tell us, we are interested by this survivor, do you have their statement? And if we had, of course, we would get the informed consent and share it with them. So one difficulty was, of course, with coordination with other NGOs, because everyone is fighting also for funding. Everyone wants to be in the front line doing that work. So we did try at our level again to coordinate, but we just often didn't receive any response. And then one last point is on YASDA's level, when we interview the survivors is also part of a healing process, we hope, for the survivors. So we ask very open-ended questions, and we don't go into the characterization of the crimes to just not make it too heavy on the survivors, because it's not our mandate. And we also realize that we can do the longest interview possible, or the most detailed one. If a German police is interested, they're going to redo their interview. So we try to keep it light, to let them talk, to make this a healing process rather than, a detailed interview. And then one last point, also echoing on what Thomas just said, we did have one survivor in Germany. So she happened to be enslaved by Germans mainly. So she was taken from one group to another. And then she was asked to participate in almost all the cases in Germany. So that was a problem. And she was saying, no, I want to do that. I'm doing this for the community. I don't want to stop. So we also internally like sort of ask questions like, where should we put the limit? Because we don't want to remove that opportunity from her, but we could also see that she almost became, you know, this professional witness, and it's very re-traumatizing. And she needed also, you know, to do other things in her life, not just to focus on the process.
Thank you. So Hasiba, you have a hour-long conversation in 2 minutes here.
So I'm really a firm believer that you need to be context specific. So obviously a strategy that is to meet the needs of 12 investigative bodies is not going to be context specific. So what I'm hoping to capture in the strategy is the steps and the processes that one would need to follow in order to make sure that they have the information that allows them to be context specific. So the consultation, so for example, and in one of the FFMs that I looked at, they really tried to contextualize their work into the broader demands of the feminist movement in that country. So they had consultations with them, they tried, and of course it's not a monolithic block. So you also need to capture the differences in objective, in strategies, and but that was very much appreciated. Similarly, you need to consult on the recommendations, because again, or the framing of an issue. I remember working on Libya, very patriarchal society, and women's organization were telling us, do not lump women's rights and LGBT rights together, because this is exactly what they need to try to decriminalize our efforts. So there's a bit of a challenge to try to do that, but we took that very seriously. So I'm more thinking about steps and questions that the investigators and investigation teams, we need to ask themselves, and regular check-in. Like I know, especially for confidential reports or the processes of writing them, we don't do peer review, but we need to find a way to touch base again with key individuals to say, is this framing okay? Is this correct? I know I'm really wary of the fact that we can make mistakes at every single stage. You gave us some examples, but like the dates, the way, the expression, the images that one can use, but the framing of the issues. And maybe one concrete example is, I remember when I started working on Iran, it was the beginning of the campaign for the recognition of the crime of gender apartheid. And Iranian and Afghan women were very much in favor of that. We could not reach a finding of gender apartheid, as it was not in positive law, but at least we tried to not undermine their demands by at least including a recommendation saying that it should be codified.
Perfect. Well, thank you to everyone on the panel. It's been a great discussion and wonderful work that you're all doing. Thank you so much. So can I just ask everyone to thank you. And coffee break upstairs.
Upstairs.
Yes.
Let me steal your microphone.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much, Louise. Thank you very much to the panelists. So, dear friends, this is what we're going to do. First, a half an hour break upstairs. You'll find another round of coffee, tea, refreshments, etc. in the atrium. And then we're going to split up the group. I'd love to split up individually, but unfortunately we can't, so you'll have to make a choice. We will have one session here in the aula about gender-sensitive institutional building under Michelle's leadership. And then we will have another session upstairs in room 314. So just follow the signage about reproductive violence as genocide. So see you soon. In half an hour, we'll start at 4:30 with both sessions. Thank you.
Hi, if I could ask everyone to take a seat while we get started with this session, that would be fantastic. And if you want to, seeing as this is a parallel session and we're evenly split, we encourage you to kind of maybe group together a little bit. Hopefully it's less hot in the room now. Yes. But on that end, yes, we can also bunch up a little bit, so we look like we are. All right, everybody, I think we will try to make a start. So asking everybody to take a seat. Feel free to come to the centre, so it looks like we have a strong contingent. And I'm just conscious that we do only have an hour for this session. It's a big topic to deal with in an hour, so we're keen not to lose any time. Thanks, colleagues, for taking a seat. Okay, so we'll get going. And first of all, can I just say I'm really happy to see so many people here for this session. As I mentioned this morning in my remarks, I think this is a topic that's been hard to get on people's radar and to focus attention on. It's, of course, understandable for all of us as practitioners that the legal issues are what we want to spend our time on. But as we talked about through the course of the day, we aren't going to succeed in improving outcomes if we don't start paying much more serious attention to how our institutions are functioning and our sustained commitment to actually integrating gender into the work that we do. So it really comes down to the institutions that we have and what is their commitment to gender equality, given the link between that side of the equation, the institutional performance, and then what we see in the outcomes of our work. So it's the first time we try to have a more dedicated discussion on this topic. As I mentioned, we only have an hour, so we're not under any illusions that we're going to solve the problem in this session. But we do want to plant some seeds for follow-up. And we've called it a strategy session because we really see this as something that needs follow-up action. So not just a one-off discussion and then we all go back into our own individual institutional situations, but really to try and generate some collective momentum behind thinking about this problem differently and collectively with support. So I want to start by just doing a quick introduction to the speakers, and much more detailed bio information is available in the app, as you know. But we're very pleased to have in person Antonia Pereira de Souza, who is working at the International Criminal Court in the Office of the Registry and has really played a leading role inside that institution in trying to raise visibility of gender, but also trying to get very practical and concrete about how to move the institution forward. And we have Katerina Busol as well. Really great to see you here. And Katerina is focusing on the context of Ukraine. And so we wanted to make sure that we had some national perspectives as well, knowing that this isn't just an issue for international institutions, but it's pivotal also for how justice is being delivered at the national level when there are opportunities for that. We also have one online participant, Lily Cather, and Lily is, as many of you know, has worked inside many institutions, ECCHR, but also has started up her own initiative, the Emergent Justice Collective, and has been focusing quite a lot on issues that are central to the discussion today. We were going to also be joined by Judge Lily Rueda Guzman from the Colombian Special Jurisdiction for Peace, but unfortunately she's had a family emergency arise, and so she will not in the end be joining us. But we hope that we will have a chance to have her input and the benefit of the Colombian experience as we move forward. So I wanted to just provide some framing for the discussion before I hand over to the speakers. And I've actually set some of the context already this morning in my opening remarks. And so for those of you who were here for that, you'll have heard some of these ideas already. But we've really identified, I think if we could go to the third slide. Yep. Yeah, those two don't matter. Oh, we do. It's not showing on the. No, the third. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. So just to try to create a starting point for the discussion, I wanted to propose 4 focus areas for this huge topic. There are definitely many more focus areas, but the first one is around institutional leadership. And so some of the questions that are really important for us to consider here are things like, what difference does it make to the culture of an organisation to have senior leaders who are committed to gender equality? And what kind of criteria should we be specifying in the mandates of accountability institutions to help us move in that direction? Most critically, as we've seen at the present time, how can we ensure that these criteria are upheld in practice? So not just lip service in the terms of reference, and crucially over time, so that we don't accept a situation where it's possible to have positive progress, but then to lose it as quickly as we see it happening in today's conditions. And I think also, how can we help senior leaders better understand the gendered systems at play inside their own institutions? Actually, this is the deep structures problem that I talked about this morning. And how can we support our leaders actually in navigating those structures and providing the support they need to provide for team members who are trying to navigate those structures? The second focus area is about frameworks for operationalising a commitment to gender equality. So we often talk about institutional gender architecture. So a bit of a fancy name for, okay, in practice, what kind of anchor points do we have inside our systems for making sure that gender is there as a part of the daily work of the office? So at the IIIM, and you've heard about it from Najwa and Bridget, we've had layers of structures. So we've had an overarching gender strategy. We've had then work plans for sections and individual team members that then link into that overarching strategy. And we've had tools that have really helped to guide team members on a daily basis as they start an investigation plan or start developing, in our jargon, analytical product to share with a jurisdiction. How can we address the risk that dedicated gender focal points or teams will become sidelined in our institutions? I had mentioned that this morning. It came up in the panel discussion as well as a risk from, I think, the very positive programming we've seen on integrating gender experts into teams. That's been so important, but it's not the end of the story. How do we make sure that they don't become isolated inside those structures and give everybody else permission to stop thinking about gender? And how should we be approaching the issue of training inside our institutions? And this has been a big challenge for us at the IIIM as we move forward with a fairly progressive and novel gender strategy at the time, realising that we needed to access training far beyond what was already available off the shelf in the system. And it needed to be really tailored to our gender strategy, to our institution. So I'm sure that this is not a unique problem for us at the IIIM, but that across the field of practice, we need to be thinking much more about the expertise we need to train our staff. The third focus area, we can go back to the third slide with the 4 boxes. Yep, that's it. The third focus area is around accountability and maybe even incentives, although that's hard because most of us inside our institutions don't have much to work with in terms of incentives. But what is the most effective way to hold leaders and staff accountable for the integration of agenda analysis in their work? Because we know that we can disseminate policies and strategies, but if there isn't any concrete follow-up action and monitoring of the implementation of that, it very quickly becomes a blunt instrument. Could we identify incentives that might assist within the limits of the way our institutions are structured? And here I think we have an interesting example from the IIIM, where for those staff members who have really engaged, and I would say, Bridget, you're probably our key example of this, that for those who've really been open to these frameworks and developing the expertise, there is a professional development advantage because they become known as experts and people who are able to contribute something new to our field of practice. So that can also be a way of finding future career opportunities, but only if the field of practice continues to value this skill set. Can we develop more effective monitoring and evaluation of gender policies and strategies? I think this is a very underserved, under-resourced area. So we pass our policies and strategies, but not much is done to actually monitor implementation or evaluate it. But even trying to find evaluators with the right expertise, that kind of unicorn person who has the combination of gender expertise, but also knowledge of the international criminal law framework to be able to meaningfully engage with us on evaluation and not unwittingly serve to undermine what we're seeking to do. And then the fourth area is this challenge of deep structures. How can we get visibility on the deep structures functioning inside our institutions? And what are the institution-wide systemic patterns that reassert themselves over time? And then we have one more slide there. So some of the things that come up under this category, I would say, include attacks on the allocation of resources. That's such a consistent pattern inside our institutions. Things being relegated to lip service or tick box approaches, even if we have the right language there. Attacks on the credibility or the competence of gender advocates inside our institution to undermine the progress that's being made. Cultures of silence that sideline change agents. And even repudiation or devaluation of gender expertise. This is something I've really observed over the course of my career, that there can be such pushback on the idea that there is even such a thing as expertise on gender, and having to make the case inside our institutions about why this is important and what really does constitute expertise. And then a few of the other issues under the question of deep structures, the role of recruitment in addressing deep structures. Definitely, from my experience, the people that we bring through the door have a crucial role in the culture of the office and our ability to implement anything. So we can do all the training, we can do all of the advocacy, but fundamentally we need people coming into these institutions who at least have an open mindset on these issues, even if there is a process of building tailored expertise for the mandate in question. What are the strategies most effective for dealing with the inevitable pushback when we start to challenge the deep structures? And how can we create a better culture of care for our change agents inside the institutions? So with all of that in mind, I mean, it is a huge topic and definitely worthy of a lot of follow-up discussion. But if we move on to the slide, which sets out the questions for the speakers, and it's a bit, maybe it's a bit small, apologies for that. But just to say, with all of this in mind, I mean, there's so many entry points for this and we have limited time. So we've developed a set of questions which we've put to the panelists in general, and they're free to decide which angle they want to look at specifically. So really focusing on which of these areas resonate for you, given your experience inside your institution right now. Are there other focus areas that you think we need to be looking at? What do you think is the most important thing we could do right now to insist on better performance from our institutions? And we're very keen to hear about any other research, resources, precedents that could inform our approach, strong allies we could seek to engage on this challenge of gender-sensitive institution building, and how we can raise the profile or importance placed on this issue within the ICL field of practice more generally. So, some easy questions to tackle to start with. But I'm going to turn first of all to you, Katerina, and to say that Ukraine, of course, has been focusing on how to address gender-based crimes during the conflict. And institutions are playing a key role in that process, and making sure that they're gender sensitive is a hugely important part of the puzzle. So we'd love to hear your analysis of where things currently stand and what you think could be improved. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Michelle, and it's a privilege to comment on the progress, but also the challenges that we have faced in Ukraine for more than 10 years of Russia's aggression now. I'd really like to stress that Ukraine's address of gender issues, and I would say that it was in conflict catalyzed by the issues of conflict-related sexual violence, started long before the full-scale invasion. So around 2019, 2020, Ukraine introduced gender advisors to all key ministries, which catalyzed by the work of the Government Commissioner for Gender Equality Policy, was an attempt to look how conflict-related sexual violence can be both prevented and addressed in conflict in Ukraine. And I think it was very important to see how, amid the ongoing warfare, there was the thinking both about prevention and response first, but also there was the discussion as to how to make the professionals within the military, within the police, within the investigators and prosecutors and the wider criminal justice sector more gender competent and gender sensitive. Very interestingly, it was the issue of conflict-related sexual violence, or rather, I would say, the professionals, the like-minded people, and here I agree with you fully, Michelle, about the relevance of the open-mindedness and who's there within the institutions. It was the issue of conflict-related sexual violence that catalyzed the conversation both about reparations and about wider transitional justice in Ukraine way before the full-scale invasion. That is a great reference point for us now, because we're still, as a civil society, as a practicing lawyers in Ukraine and academics, we're trying to persuade the government to revive the work on holistic transitional justice. And again, the reference points are actually those initiatives related to gender and conflict-related sexual violence from the first phase of Russia's aggression. I think it has been remarkable how, with the full-scale invasion, the War Crimes Unit of Ukraine's Office of the Prosecutor General has established the focused department dealing with conflict-related sexual violence. It was, until recently, headed by a female professional with a very diverse gender staff in it. And what they have tried to do was to look at the spectrum of survivors. I still think that largely not because of the focus of the investigations and prosecutions of the unit, but first and foremost because of the public coverage of their work. That has been a stronger focus on female survivors and girls, whereas the traumas endured by males, by men and boys in Russian captivity and in occupation has not been focused enough. So the interplay between the gendered experiences of women, men, non-binary people in the armed conflict is still something that I think in the public domain we are yet to see. but yet the focus to work on this type of atrocity has been really strong since the full-scale invasion. It has also been remarkable that Ukraine has prioritized CRSV for its prosecutions of international crimes, and it has also adopted a strategy on dealing with this type of violence. Again, what is the next step to be taken is to ensure a stronger gendered analysis of other crimes we're documenting. So there's, for instance, a strong evidence coming from the human rights organizations and the UN Commission of Inquiry, how, for instance, those people who stay in occupation are largely women because they either lack finances to move or they have caregiving obligations. So oftentimes they also face not just sexual violence there, but the crimes of pillage or enforced disappearances. They also have a stronger gender dimensions, and this is something we're yet to develop. There is a stronger focus on reproductive violence to be taken both with respect to women and men, as well as the a more nuanced introduction of an intersectional look at both CRSV and other atrocity crimes. Unfortunately, recently there has been a restructuring within Ukraine's war crimes department. So there's no this focused CRSV unit now, and the argument was that there should be a gendered and lens in all prosecutions of all alleged international crimes. There are concerns about such an approach, but there is still now for us the new stage of trying to catalyze a stronger look both at sexual violence and gender dimensions of atrocity crimes within regional prosecutor's office. It was another argument that it's too much of a lens in Kyiv, whereas the principal prosecutions are done in the areas closer to the front line. There's still the need for a more coherent training and vision between the all levels of the criminal justice sector. So it has been more initially with the investigators and prosecutors who have been open to the training on CRSV and gendered issues, but the judiciary have really had more trainings also since the full-scale invasion. I think the niche what we have seen is there's more understanding is needed on gender dimensions are actually medical professionals, the first responders who might treat the survivors of sexual violence, and that they should both indicate to themselves, to those survivors, that what has been perpetrated to them could qualify as sexual violence. For instance, men don't necessarily identify a genital electrocution as sexual violence, but also there should be a better referral system between such medical professionals and investigators and prosecutors. The public communication, as I said, remains crucial. It's important to showcase the experiences of women and girls, but the majority of survivors of sexual violence in Russia's detention are men, and their stories are not covered enough. And I would like to stress that within the recent year and a half, we have actually seen the rise of survivor organizations founded by men, and this peer-to-peer support of civilian men and POWs who have been in detention and endured torture and sexualized torture has really helped us visualize that issue more and understand how prevalent it is in Russia's aggression. And I would like to finish my intervention with the two examples which show that even where there are very dedicated gendered professionals and very strong desire to help one's own people, there are no easy approaches, especially in the country affected by ongoing warfare. And the two examples will concern first the children born out of conflict-related sexual violence. Ukraine has commendably in its legislation urgent interim reparations for CRSV survivors, has first recognized children born out of conflict-related sexual violence as a separate category of survivors, but also has confirmed their right to urgent interim reparations. We're yet to develop how these reparations are going to be assigned to these children. And I think it's been very important to hear from the speakers from the previous panels that these reparations should not depend on those or should not come through the reparations to the mother. But there's less clarity in criminal proceedings. How do we qualify the pregnancy and the childbirth which resulted from conflict-related rape? And it was very interesting to me, actually, horizon opening to hear the perspective of certain prosecutors who would say, we cannot judge pregnancy and a child as an aggravating circumstance. It's unethical. And I never thought about this perspective. I thought, well, it's such a horrendous and particular experience for a female body, even if she decides to keep the child, how come we don't take it into account in the judgment and in how we qualify the conduct of a perpetrator and his punishment for it? But there was this ethical argument from very empathetic prosecutors. And the second example of, again, empathetic professionals, gender advisors, who don't know what is the best solution in the situation like ours and in the situations which I think many nations, especially here in Europe, are thinking about raising the issues of conflict-related sexual violence in the training of their military. It has been a concern from quite a few gender advisors within the armies of the Central Eastern European, Western European states that I've engaged with, who said that they have specifically heard from their military personnel that they're not ready to engage with this subject, that it's so heavy, and the footage, for instance, which they see in the public domain from the Russians, the footage of castration or genital mutilation of men, is so intimidating that they'd rather not engage with it. And I think it's a challenge, but an indicator how we should look for the right language and the right approach to engage on these issues with the servicemen and servicewomen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katerina. And as predicted, so many things coming out of that intervention that deserve a lot more attention. Maybe just to highlight a couple of points that stood out for me. I mean, you talked, of course, about the positive progress, but the need to now expand into areas beyond conflict-related sexual violence. And I think that's a challenge for the field of practice more generally. I think for me, I'd always thought about the Ukrainian context and the need for a gender analysis in the context of things like the crime of aggression, actually. And I think now's a crucial moment for us as a field of practice to push for that in the context of the new tribunal that is being worked on, making sure that we get in at the beginning of really trying to raise awareness around the fact that all of these areas have gender dimensions, and it really would be a missed opportunity to have a body setting up thinking that the crime of aggression is not something that is relevant for gender. And I think that I'd make a bet that that probably is the default position right now. So we have some more advocacy to do. I think also the point you make about the prosecutors and the engagement around some of these ethical issues, I think many of us can identify with that, actually, of these issues are hard and what do we do? It seems like whichever way we go, we are going to be potentially creating a problem. But I do think my experience with victim survivor-centred approach suggests that the best course of action is to consult the victims and survivors. What do they want to do? And it's not necessarily a straightforward answer. There'll be many different perspectives, but at least putting that question out there and trying to get some information back would be important. And the military is a really important point as well. I'd recently been involved in a workshop with military actors, and this issue of the gulf between all of the policy frameworks, especially around CRSV, WPS, and the reality in practice, which is that not much has changed inside the military. How do we finally tackle that? So that's been giving me food for thought on this challenge of institution building. It's not just in the ICL field, but it is the full range of actors in the ecosystem. And I think it's really important that you point out those broader range of actors. So with that, let's move then to the international level and hear from you, Antonia, about efforts being made inside the International Criminal Court in very difficult circumstances at the moment. But it's encouraging to know that there is real work going on, and over to you for the insights you'd like to share.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Michelle, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today. I'm going to shift a little bit our conversation because I'm going to be talking from the perspective of a gender lens in terms of the institutional administration of the organization and not in terms of the deliverables of the work of the organization. I'm sure that you have heard maybe in the past from my colleagues from the Office of the Prosecutor or the Trust Fund for Victims that are applying a gender lens to their investigations, prosecutions, and reparation and assistance work. What I want to talk to you about, if you're okay with it, is how we're applying a gender lens and how we're administering this organization. I was very lucky and privileged to, a couple of years ago, be the first gender equality focal point for the organization, and we launched a strategy at the end of 2022. And so what I want to focus on in the 4 doors that you have given us as options, and because I like to see big, is options 2 and 3, so framework and accountability. I've been working at the ICC and for public international organizations for almost 2 decades. And I think without a framework, without a clear roadmap that we identify not only for the working level and the experts, but mostly for the leadership, we are not going to be able to deliver. A lot of the staff stay, the leadership comes and goes. And if you want to maintain that commitment and that delivery, you need to hold them accountable to something. And so for me, the strategy was very much the key element, and what you call the gender architecture was very much the key element that we needed to put in place, not just with some meaningful ticking the box commitments, but really with key deliverables, with KPIs attached to them, with clear owners that we're supposed to deliver within the 2-year framework that we set ourselves up for the strategy, and with reporting and measures for us to be able to be accountable for staff, but also to be accountable for the commitment that we were making. We developed that strategy around 3 key areas. Obviously, one aspect was a safe and inclusive workplace culture, and there's a number of things in there that we wanted to work on, mostly in terms of policy, but also in terms of training and culture. There were some offices that we wanted to create, including the Ombuds office, which is something that was meaningful for our office, for our organization. We are an organization that is full of lawyers, and lawyers like to litigate. And not a lawyer, full disclosure. It's very nice to litigate, but maybe sometimes we can just talk to one another. And so we wanted to create a little bit of an informal conflict resolution mechanism before we went to the litigation level. And I think that is something that has delivered a lot of good dividends for the organization. My colleague, the Ombuds, is very busy. And the fact that he's busy is good. It doesn't mean that everybody's fighting with one another, but everyone is finding ways to address little and big things through a mechanism that is a bit more of a mediation and less of a litigation. As you probably know, we have also reinforced a number of policies around retaliation protection, around SCEA, around harassment, including sexual harassment, discrimination, and abuse of authority. So structures that were not in place before in terms of, again, tools for accountability were reinforced from the perspective of that first pillar. Second pillar was very much related to work-life balance. We called it personal and professional life integration because we like to keep things fancy. And so that worked very much around, obviously, reinforcing our flexible working arrangements, developing a number of campaigns for raising awareness within the organization, reinforcing our parental leave possibilities, reinforcing our onboarding and exit interview tools. And the third pillar was about gender balance and equal opportunities, so more focused on recruitment, where I know that nowadays we are really not taking percentages and gender balance as a measure of success, and I agree with it. Like reaching 50% is just the beginning of the story, but at least we're at the beginning of the story. So when we started this strategy back in 2022 for D1s, which is the highest director level that we have at the ICC, we had only 11% women. And for P5s, which is the highest professional level of managers in the organization, we were at 29. Now, 2025, we have 46% of women P5s and 44% of women D1s. Obviously, this is a very hierarchical organization, so we may have like 10 D1s across the organization. So you tweak 2 or 3 persons and suddenly you're from 50% to almost full balance. I'm being very candid with you guys. I mean, but it's an important, I think, result. And one thing that I find very interesting is in the way that these recruitments were done. They were done very intentionally also with a geographical diversity perspective. So whereas, let's say the legacy men that we have in the organization that have been here for more than 10 years that are at management level, we have a very big overrepresentation of Western Europeans, let's call it like that. The recruitments that we have done for P5s and D1s, where we have a higher prevalence of women, we have far more African women, we have far more Latin American women, so we have Asian women who were part of the underrepresentation across the spectrum of regional diversity in the organization. So there was also a thought process that was a bit more sophisticated than women in not a man. Which we're also quite proud about. So obviously, as I mentioned, the framework is one thing, the accountability is another. So for that accountability, we have used different mechanisms. We have a KPI. We love KPIs in international organizations. So we have KPIs that we have identified as part of our strategy, but are also part of the court-wide strategic plan that we have been reporting on. We have also just finalized a final report on the implementation of that first strategy, which was done by an independent consultant, because our gender equality focal point is currently on parental leave. So we're very happy that she has been able to benefit from the better parental leave that the organization has right now. But I think it's great also that we had someone fully independent that did this review. It was very helpful as well. We'll be publishing it shortly as well. And we also have, obviously, as another tool for accountability, our staff surveys, right? I think that's a great tool also to see how some of these aspects are being perceived and received by staff. And for some of you who are aware with the about the ICC, we don't necessarily always do well with staff surveys. But there's an area in which we have progressively been doing better and better since 2021, and it's gender. So for me, it also says that when you invest in actually making a change, when you create an office that is going to be dealing with that, when you give that office resources for training, for campaigns, when you allow also colleagues internally, colleagues in HR, colleagues in procurement, colleagues in the language services that want to do specific efforts, but that don't have the expertise to tap into that internal expertise. We have seen so many small but meaningful efforts being done. My colleagues in language, they really wanted to bring a more gender neutral language in our policies, in our internal communication, in our recruitment vacancies. My colleagues in HR wanted to create a number of campaigns when they were dealing with core values and with workplace culture that had a gender component, but they didn't have the expertise. Well, they have the gender equality focal point, which is a permanent resource that they can tap into. And that has paid dividends as well from the perspective of how staff have been engaging with this. It's not the end of the process. We still have a gap between how men and women engage with the organization that is still very much there. We still have issues in a number of areas that we have to address. But to see in a context, and Michelle, you made reference to it, in a difficult context for the workplace of the organization, whereas gender is one that has been continuously to improve, it means something as well. So that is an accountability factor for us. It's one that we want to replicate in the next cycle of the court-wide strategic plan. I'll finish with that. We want to, for our next cycle, which is starting 26 to 29, we're going to have even more strategic objectives that are gender responsively related, gender responsive from the point of view of the output of the organization, but also from the point of view of the administration of the organization. And we're going to be working and issuing a next gender equality and workplace culture strategy at the end of this year that will run in parallel to the bigger strategic plan for the organization. So we want to keep that momentum, as you mentioned, Michelle. We don't want this to become something that, okay, we're almost there in terms of gender balance, so gender done. We really want to keep this momentum. We know that this difficult times that our world is going through is one where very easily efforts like these can be swept under the rug. But I think we have a leadership that is very committed to keeping it very much a priority. And I hope that we will be able to, I don't know if some of you will attend the ASP at the end of this year, but we hope to be able to present the new strategy at that time, and happy to get your feedback as well. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you so much, Antonia. And I think even just with that snapshot, it's obvious what a complex process it is to keep all of these pieces moving forward, and especially over time. Yeah, we were talking before, I mean, to use a sporting analogy, it's like we need a full court press constantly on this. Otherwise, pieces pop up that start moving us in a backwards direction. But it is so important to have those change agents, I called them this morning, champions inside the organisation, who are really willing to take up this challenge. And I think the ICC is extremely lucky to have someone like you, Antonia, really pushing this forward. I did also want to say, I had talked about the crime of aggression. I neglected to mention that there is an excellent gender analysis of the crime of aggression done by the New Lines Institute, if anyone hasn't seen that. But with that, let me turn to our online participant, who hopefully is with us. It's Lily Cather, as I mentioned, and Lily has been focusing a lot on this challenge of deep structures and cultures of care inside our organisations, has been doing really great work with the Emergent Justice Collective. And so we are looking forward, hopefully, to Lily's insights for the discussion on those important topics. Lily to speak. Can we ask Lily to speak? Yeah, Lily,
Good
can you?
afternoon. Yes.
Go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning or good evening, depending on where you are. Hello to people in the room and people online with me. I thank the organizers for the invitation to share reflections today on the truly important issue of institution building, and also, as I call it, institutional health and maintenance, particularly at a time in which existing organizations and institutions face severe challenges, as already mentioned by my co-panelists. Thank you, Michelle, for conceptualizing this panel and for bringing us all together. And thank you to Antonia and Katerina for sharing your experiences and deep expertise. The reflections I would like to offer today are based on the inquiry: how can we world substantive equality? And I use the word world instead of the word because there may be limitations to this. And as feminist activists and as feminist lawyers outside of institutions, do we have a responsibility to drive change beyond the word and through feminist visions? And I'm looking at the possibility of worlding substantive equality through 4 avenues. 1 is feminist leadership, 2 is feminist accountability, 3 is embodiment and relatedly embodied justice, and 4 is grief tending work as core components of feminist work as it relates to institution building. I see one of my slides is up there, and Amar, I send you an updated versions of the slides to your email. So maybe while you do that, I can continue with kind of the structure of my intervention. So before really looking at how can we further substantive equality through the ways we build and maintain and really protect institutions and further them, I would like to start by grounding us with the cost of doing transformative work inside of institutions without being in a leadership position. And I think it's important to reflect upon this because truly having an embodied understanding of that cost, which is physical, it's psychological, it can be socioeconomic. It can be as far as I never want to work in this sector again, I'm leaving. And there's a true loss to this that I guess we all have a stake in, because we can either be that person, we can be supporting such persons, or we really witness and be in relation otherwise with such persons. And I see my correct slide is up again. That's wonderful. So let's take one step back at understanding what do I mean by saying, how can we world substantive equality while we build institutions? As I already mentioned, there are, I guess, there is the notion that, as mentioned by many of the co-panelists, that in order to drive institutional change, particularly of big institution, particularly by state authorized or funded institution, and that also goes in towards academia and non-governmental organization, there is the notion that in order to drive change, in order to further equality, let it be gender equality, racial equality, and otherwise, we need to word it down. And that is just reality. But what I encourage us to do is also to note, and this has also been mentioned, that it's easy to put a policy in place. It's less easy to implement it and to be in relations with other people in this implementation. I think beyond this, what we learn from particularly indigenous knowledges is that there is also something to be aware of and start building with that goes beyond language. And that is really feminist and decolonial, anti-colonial imagination in how does the otherwise look like. And unless we truly kind of engage in such a feminist envisioning of what is the otherwise, there will always be a point where we get stuck, but there is a point of leaving the enclosure and going beyond that. So that's what I mean by saying worlding, because it opens up other possibilities for existing in the world or driving change in the world relatedly. And then I also like to talk about substantive equality as kind of our goal or benchmark in doing this work. Of course, gender equality and anti-discrimination more broadly, including on gender grounds, on grounds of sexuality, gender identity, race, ethnicity, political grounds, and otherwise, is deeply entrenched in it. But why I find this concept most recently and really eloquently put forward by the current Special Rapporteur on the Right to Health, Dr. Thaleng Mofokeng, is she describes substantive equality as a goal that allows us not only to address structural and indirect discrimination, but also it allows us to identify and eliminate the power dynamics that have perpetuated the systems and patterns of privilege and disadvantage that outlived formal colonialism, and also to acknowledge that what we are talking about today, gender inequality, has its relationship with coloniality, racial discrimination and oppression on racial grounds has its relationship and interrelationship with coloniality, and how we must tend with that today. May I ask to move to the next slide, please? So as I mentioned, I would like to first begin my reflection with really understanding the cost of transformative work at institutions, because that should really ground our knowledge, how we engage in thinking about the otherwise. I think lots has been shared already in focusing about working with leaders, and that's an ongoing strand of work. But I think in order to do that, we first need to build, create, and maintain systems of collective care in remaining healthy, both physically and otherwise, in doing this work. And we can only remain healthy if we kind of acknowledge how this harm has been manifested. May I ask for the next slide, please? So one of my and our teachers in really understanding this and really putting a very concrete example forward here, that once you, as a person who's not in a leadership position within an institutional structure, is engaged in transformative work, and that means because you experience harm, because you witnessed others undergoing harm, or because you witness yourself being implicated and also furthering harm that stems from institutional structures, you become the complainant. And I encourage you to engage with the work of Sarah Ahmed here, who really puts it forward what also the limitations are of giving a small space to do a policy, but then this policy is being edited by persons who really just want to see the policy and not the implementation. Ahmed also puts forward that once you bring an example of structural discrimination, the issue of structural discrimination becomes less important because you are being ousted as the person who brought it to the forefront. May I ask to move to the next slide, please? So how do we kind of sit with that reality, with the heaviness, but also the harm that comes with being engaged in structural change within institutions? And how do we move to a point where not only this work is not harmful anymore, but how is it supported in relation and in community within organizations? And how can we, through this, I guess, nurture substantive equality? So on my first proposition, feminist leadership, this reflection really stems from the fact that everyone can be or is a leader from their own vantage point, from their own stance, that of course hierarchy exists, and to some extent hierarchy serves. But hierarchy stops to serve when the hierarchy of organization is no longer a division or allocation of labor and expertise, but it becomes a ground where positive power is, and strong power and visible power, power that is very obvious, becomes a ground for abuse, becomes a ground for doing harm without accountability. What feminist leadership teaches us is really that any kind of leadership and any kind of transformation we seek has an ultimate relationship to ourselves, meaning that you cannot work for accountability for international crimes if you don't have a relationship or refuse to be in relationship with accountability for structural discrimination, for structural harm in your everyday work. It also means that there is a commitment, a feminist commitment towards nonviolent and non-discrimination, and that we mobilize others around this vision of justice and change, essentially. And moving on to feminist accountability, and this is on the next slide. I think a big one for me has been, and I think it's for all of us, kind of the coloniality of my legal education, my legal training, or the educational training we receive. But then also, what does it do to our relationship as practitioners of accountability when our relationship with accountability is so much marked by accountability means punishment, accountability means prison, accountability only kicks in when someone has done something wrong and we seek to punish them. And where I guess a very precious potential lies is in practicing accountability on a day-to-day level. And Antonia, was so meaningful you shared about how can we come together in times of conflict before we go litigate, right? And within the past, let's say 1.5 years as the Emergent Justice Collective, we have increasingly been approached by different organizations, different collectives, to come in and support their internal accountability process around abuse of power, around racial discrimination, around non-transparency, and very increasingly, particularly in the last 1.5 years, also gendered violence and sexual violence, that people wanted to attend to either alongside legal processes or instead of legal processes. And so how transformative justice can work also alongside institutional processes, that feminist accountability does not need to mean punishment, but really coming together, understanding the roots of the conflict and moving through that together. And I think once we start practicing it, and for that people are there to support, accountability no longer becomes this thing we are not in relationship with and that we are scared of being with, and that conflict becomes something that just seems untenable with, whereas conflict is one of the most human forms of interaction, that if we think about an institution, not only we think about leadership, we think about policies, but where are the spaces and channels where we can move through conflict together to address harm, and more importantly, even or equally importantly, is to prevent further harm to occur. And the last two ones have also been really meaningful and big for us to sit with as Emergent Justice Collective, and also as self-identified persons who at one point in our life made a very conscious decision to exit, or being made to exit institutions, because the harm that we either experienced or witnessed was too big for us to stay. And one of these harms was that because there were no systems of care or collective care, or that was not being seen as something valuable. And by that, I mean simple spaces where one can go and say, how are you? How are you doing? How can I help you today? And that doesn't need to be a specialized psychologist, but just having a system of care within your institution that you know you can go to. What that led to were two things. We found ourselves and each other really disembodied from not only what we were feeling, but really the harm that we were tending with on a day-to-day basis. And so we engaged in learnings of embodiment, but also grief tending work as essential practices of feminist leadership and accountability work, particularly when it comes to working alongside communities and activists that are impacted by structural mass violence. And this is where I close. So I think I mentioned the body part, I mentioned the grief part, and with that also the notion of letting things go, and maybe exiting and re-entering at other points, grieving what has not worked, and really sitting with that grief as a catalyst towards a vision that may orient us in the future. And also a concept I very recently, I'm currently based in New York and learning about activist spaces and tools here. And I met someone who works on at the intersection of climate reparations and reparations for slavery crimes. And they said, we are a sunset organization. From the beginning of when we came together, we agreed that our organization will end in 2030. So we will be working for 10 years. And we know from the beginning, everyone who knows us, we know that in 2030, we will not exist. And what we focus our resources on is within that decade. And I think there are many, not only forms of how do we build an institution, but also what are we asking of an institution? And how much are we holding on maybe to things that are not serving us? And when is it really time to also step into bravery to try out the otherwise? And I think, if anything, Emergent Justice Collective for us has really been this space where, you know, we had internal conflict, we had internal division, but we also had a space where the otherwise has become possible on a very small scale. And sometimes the small is all. But what we have experienced is a true feeling of community and trust and relationality as cornerstones for feminist accountability work. And I was really glad to be able to share some of this with you today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Lily. And really thank you for placing feminist leadership, feminist thinking squarely at the heart of this conversation. It's one of the values driving Gender Justice Practitioner Hub as well. I think we could have more feminist leadership in the international criminal law space, and certainly we could do with more ways of convening the feminist thinking and feminist leadership that we have. So that's really appreciated. I think the other comment you made about how do we imagine what else it could look like beyond what we know from the patriarchal system? That's really a big challenge. What else could it look like, and how could we make that work? So that's something to come back to. I know we're almost at the end of the time, or we technically really are, but we're going to take 5 minutes just to open up the floor for any comments, reactions, and would be especially interested to hear from all of you. What do you think other priority areas we should be focusing on in follow-up to this discussion?
It's more of a comment than a question, and I hope things are changing. I mean, I've moved jobs quite a bit, so I'm going to speak generally. What I have found in the 20+ years of my career is that organizations, whether when I was working with an NGO early in my career, or whether it was the UN or the ICC, they didn't really care about losing female talent. Quite the contrary, if I may say so. They were happy to see it go and to replace it by a male staff member. So how are we going to address that? The other thing, and this is, I'm taking up Antonia's point, but I see it in the UN too. I think it's great that when you were looking at P5 and the UN posts, you looked at geographical representation, and you mentioned specifically candidates from Africa. I think it's just as important to do that for the junior posts and the mid-career posts, because I saw that at the ICC, I saw it at the UN, and I actually think it only solves about 20% of the problem, because then where are the young professionals? Some of them who we talked about this morning are starting their careers. Why are they not getting those junior posts and hopefully progressing in the organization? Why is then someone parachuted? I would really have liked, when I was at the ICC, actually, there was still an investigations division, and in that division, Africa was actually overrepresented, but it was mostly males. So I think there needs to be a great breakdown of how we look at gender representation. I've worked in a UN entity in which they even aggregated contractors, so they could say they had met 50-50. So when the UN rule is that you can only count fixed terms, continuing appointments, etc., etc. So the manipulation of statistics is something that I've seen quite often. And the other thing is, I saw it more when I'm working in the field than when I'm working in headquarters, for lack of a better word, Europe. Women resigning when they don't even have the support of other women. So we kind of go back to the first topic of the morning, which is solidarity. I know it wasn't solidarity amongst people, it was amongst interdisciplinary, different organizations coming together. But in that sense, I feel we've evolved a lot. There is more solidarity, but sometimes there is none. And you just leave, and because either you can take it or hopefully you found a better job. But I've been in the situation that I was told, whatever happened between you and that guy is your problem. And everyone refused to deal with it, from the ombudsperson, from human resources, from internal oversight. So it was the only time I tried to do anything about it, and it was a very disheartening experience. But anyway, I want to go back to how do we retain female talent? Because when they leave, no one really seems to care. At least I haven't seen an organization where this was taken seriously.
And we probably only have time for one more question. Apologies.
Hi, my name is Rezan. I run a human rights campaigning organization that's aspiring to be a gender-sensitive organization. But I think to answer your question, Catherine, also something around how realistic everything that we're talking about in the current ecosystem, especially for small grassroots feminist organizations that are, in spite of, everything that's ongoing, but also challenging sometimes, cultures like in Syria and my country, even social security is not, available for staff members, let alone people that we are working with. Catherine, it's Lily, it's so great to see you. Also, you spoke about a muscle, about internal resources that we must build. regular critical reflection. I'm, personally really try to do it a lot with the people that I like to work with every day. But do we have the energy, the time for it while we're also tackling, everyday life's, challenges? So maybe my recommendation to the hub is, how do you also take into consideration the, like the realities we live in every day? How do we, okay, yes, have a beautiful framework and KPIs, but what does that mean on people, especially women who are, running organizations, but also running the lives of, every colleague, every team member, but also every partner in such a life. So, just to end by saying, I think, what drove me to be here is really the ability to connect and network so we can learn from each other, like share experiences, but, as we said in the morning, that solidarity. But also, how can we be, I don't know how to say in English, hanunin, like kind to ourselves as well as people who are, somehow trying to change the world, in one way or another.
Thank you, Rezan, and also Lena. I mean, I think your comments both underscore the immensity of the challenge at hand. I mean, we really fundamentally are talking about organizational culture and how do we move that in a different direction, and how do we keep it then stable over time, because it is such a intangible thing, and it moves and changes in so many different ways. But definitely having more visibility on the good precedents, the models that we might look to for how else this could be done, I think that would assist us so much in looking at what else than these hierarchical institutions, patriarchal institutions, what else could it look like? So unfortunately, we're going to have to close the discussion there. I'm really grateful to all of you for being here, for taking this topic so seriously. And I hope that we can count on you to continue engaging with us moving forward on this. We have a lot more work to do. This really is just very much seeds of a discussion we need to have. I want to just mention, how many of you have downloaded the conference app? Quick show of hands. Excellent. For those of you who haven't, it's not too late. Please do download it. I don't know if we have the QR code back on the screen, maybe. If you go to the poll section of the app, there are 3 questions in there on gender sensitive institution building. And so if you could it'll take you 2 minutes, no more. Please do give us your thoughts, because that might help us steer in the right direction moving forward. So would be great to see your engagement with that. And then let me finish by thanking once more the panelists for really the broad range of issues that we've managed to canvass. And I think the encouragement that there are really people on the front lines working on these issues and trying to move us in the direction we need to go. So Antonia, Katerina, Lily online, thank you for joining us from New York, for the care and attention to this topic, and for the collaboration that you have helped us generate. Thanks, everyone.